So in this section, we're going to talk about what is configuration. What is configuration? So far, we have seen bits and pieces of configuration. What have we seen? We have seen that movement type can be configured in OMJJ. So somewhere in OMJJ, you go in and configure things like what? Like automatic PO creation, value updates, quantity updates, consumption updates. These are all things that we have seen already. So what else have we configured? We have configured split valuation. What is split valuation? If you want to split a material into different properties based on parameters like country of origin, so on and so forth, you configure split valuation. So what have we done there? We have created a country of origin as a characteristic, and we have created some values for country of origin, and then we have tested it. But so far, we have never been deep into configuration. We have just touched some aspects of configuration here and there, but we never took a deep dive into configuration at any point. So from this point on, we are going to be going deep into configuration. Not just configuration, of course, but along with that, we'll also be learning business processes. But from this point on in the course, the focus is going to be configuration. But what really is configuration? Every company is different. For example, GE is different from a company on Wall Street, say Ameritrade, right? Both are two different entities and their line of business is totally different. JP Morgan works in a totally different way than, say, a transportation company. So every company is different. And SAP is implemented in many companies across a broad variety of industries. So SAP is a software, enterprise software of course, based on the requirements of thousands of companies. So a transportation company can use SAP, a finance company can use SAP, a manufacturing company can use SAP, a services company can use SAP. So SAP is built to cater to the requirements of thousands of companies. To understand this, let me give you an example. So think of SAP as a real estate builder, right? They build homes. So the builder has experience in building so many different companies in the case of SAP. Or in the case of builder, he has experience building so many different kinds of homes. Tall homes, small homes, big homes, cool homes, so many different kinds of homes. But we all want our house to be different. We have our own requirements. We want a slightly smaller bathroom, we want a slightly bigger balcony, you want a slightly bigger lawn, or a different kind of roof, different kind of shingles. How different do you want your house from the standard builder's implementation? Defines how difficult your implementation is going to be. For example, if a company is ready to go with the bare minimum requirements, right? SAP has solutions out of the box. They're called RDS. RDS for Rapid Deployment Solutions. For example, SAP has built a solution for, say, IS Retail, which is a specific solution built for retail companies. And if your company wants to go with the standard solution provided by SAP with minor variations, then you can go with a rapid deployment solution. It's like saying, hey, you know what are the models available with you, Mr. Builder? And the builder comes up and says, this is an example of a small home, this is an example of a medium home, this is an example of a large home, this is an example of a mansion, and mansion with a pool, mansion without a pool. He's going to give you some options. And believe me, they are not some. There are a lot of options available in SAP right out of the box. And then you're going to pick one, right? You want a mansion, you pick the mansion blueprint. You want a large house, you pick the large house blueprint. Large house with pool, sure, pick that. And then slightly modify it. You want to change the shingles on the roof, go change it. You want to remove the pool, make it a lawn, you can do that. So this is called an RDS, Rapid Deployment Solution, where the requirements are going to be slightly different. Slightly different from what? From the standard blueprint. If the company's requirements are slightly different from the standard blueprint or standard provided by SAP, you go with RDS. And then there is a standard solution. You don't need RDS. You go with a standard solution whereby your requirements, your company requirements, are very widely different from the standard blueprint. So there is a large variation. From what again? From the standard blueprint. And then there are some instances where the standard blueprint or the standard ECC system does not even satisfy like 50% of the requirements. In cases like that, there are two options. One is to check whether your industry, your domain, is supported in a vertical by SAP. So think of a sports star, some star basketball player. He doesn't want a house like we do, right? He wants to have a house in a specialty shape, like that of a basketball or like that of a baseball. The builder is not used to it, right? He doesn't know how to do it. So in cases like that, definitely he still needs a builder. It's not without a builder that he can build his house. But that builder will have to do a whole lot of work because his standard blueprint does not fit the bill. So he has to work out of the way and create those shapes and whatnot, create a new blueprint, etc., etc. Now, the example in the industry is, think of retail companies. The way retail does business is totally different from the way B2B does business. Example, if my coffee shop is selling coffees to the individual customers on the street, that's retail. If I have coffee machines installed in the corporate companies and I go charge them and I go bill them at the end of the month, I go replenish the stock, that's B2B because they don't pay me by the cup. They pay me at the end of the month. It's retroactive billing. It's a totally different scenario. It's B2B. But retail is a totally different ballgame. The way ERP is implemented in retail is entirely different than the way ERP is implemented in a non-retail scenario. Now, same with domains like food and beverages, apparel and footwear. I worked with one apparel and footwear company, and the way apparel and footwear works, the way their material master is designed, is totally different than a standard material master. They are worried about dimensions of the shoe, the width of the shoe, the length of the shoe, the color of the shoe, the seasonality of the sale, stuff like that. Retail is going to be worried about totally different things. Food and beverages is going to be worried about totally different things. Heavy engineering is going to be worried about totally different things. Their priorities are different. Services companies have different priorities. So what SAP has done is, SAP says, okay, We're going to build special versions of ECC keeping in mind the requirements of these vertical domains. For example, IS stands for industry solution, and there are IS retail, IS AFS, apparel and footwear, food and beverages, IS heavy engineering, IS services. So these are called industry specific solutions, and they cater to the specific requirement of that industry. So if your industry is special and it has special requirements, then check if SAP has an industry specific solution for your industry. If yes, check if they satisfy your requirements, go pick that. In most cases, it does. All right? So this is like a specialty blueprint. And it's very, 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 very different from the standard blueprint. And finally, we can have a company that doesn't fall into any of these categories. The business is not so simple that it can follow an RDS. The business is not standard, so it cannot take a standard solution. The business is in such a specialty domain that SAP does not have a vertical for it. What do you do in that case? In case you pick the nearest possible solution. If an industry solution fits it, go for it. Most of the time, if the industry is so different, I'm not saying complex, nothing is complex. If the solution is so different, pick the standard, right? And start. So this is huge variation from what? The standard blueprint. There is huge variation, then pick the standard and start to customize it. It's not impossible, just that it's going to take time. You can build anything in SAP. The goal of the CIO, who is going to head any SAP implementation, is to make sure that the implementation is cheaper, takes less time, and causes less disruption. But if your business is so complicated, then you got to bite the bullet. Take the standard version of ECC or standard SAP system and start customizing it. It's going to take years sometimes. Believe me, there are instances where SAP is implemented for 5 years. It's no longer the case. People don't have that level of patience because in 5 years businesses change. But there are cases where it has been done because the business is so complicated. They are all around the globe. It takes so long to do implementations. But nevertheless, the point being, if the business is complicated and SAP does not have a solution for it, you'll have to go pick the standard vanilla SAP and then start customizing it. Now that you've picked a solution, what is configuration? Again, let's go back to the real estate example. If you have picked a large house, then a large house has a certain set of templates, meaning the standard template says that the master bedroom has a width of say 11 feet by 16 feet, right? It has a certain height and it has a certain tile, maybe ceramic, wood and so on, and you want to customize it, right? Your width needs to be different, your height needs to be different, and your tiles need to be different from what the standard template dictates. This is called customization. SAP provides you some options, right? And then you customize it. So in thinking in terms of SAP, the standard template says that a standard PO, right, has a certain number range. It has a certain allowed item categories. You know item categories, right? Things that dictate how the logistics should happen. Non-stock has certain item categories. Service has certain item categories. And whether you can create it with reference to a purchase requisition, so on and so forth. And if your business requires that there needs to be two kinds of POs, you need to customize. So there needs to be a customized PO where it has a new number range. So PO type 1 has one number range and type 2 has a different number range. And you don't want to allow services to be included in this purchase order. Yes, you can do that. So you restrict certain item categories, right? You can link new purchase requisitions. This is example of customization. Now the question is, what is your role? You as an SAP MM consultant, what is your role? SAP has provided all the blueprints, the templates. Once again, when I mean templates, configuration for purchase order, configuration for MRP, configuration for automatic PO, configuration for movement types. I'm broadly referring to them as templates or blueprints. So if SAP has provided them, what is your role? So your role as a functional consultant is to customize the product to suit the requirements of the business. And like I said, every business is different. You could be working for Apple, you could be working for Johnson & Johnson, you could be working for Microsoft, P&G. These are all different companies. You could be working for Red Cross, you could be working for Department of Defense. You see, I'm picking a wide variety of industries. Apple does what? Consumer electronics. J&J does what? They do FMCG, fast moving consumer goods. Microsoft, software. P&G, something else. Procter & Gamble, they do FMCG as well. Red Cross can also implement SAP. Red Cross is an enterprise, just that it's non-profit. Department of Defense, it's also an enterprise working on public money and spending it on different national interests. It's also an enterprise. US military is also an enterprise. You see, US military, the way it does business, if you want to call it business, is totally different from the way Apple or Johnson & Johnson works. Right? So your role as a functional consultant is to customize SAP to suit the requirement of the specific business that wants SAP to be implemented. Coming back to the real estate example. So when building a home, what are the things that you focus on? You focus on things like, you start with the soil structure. You start with the foundation. You start with the municipal clearances. I'm not going in any particular order, but I'm just trying to list out all the things that you have to do, right? You have to do water supply, you have to do electric work, you have to do drainage. The way in which they should be sequenced, the way in which they should be, each of these sub projects is going to take time. The staffing for the respective speciality is all taken care by project management. There will be one or more than one, a team of project management, and they'll take care of all these activities. Now, let's come back to SAP. In the context of SAP, what are the different activities? Requirements, change management, licenses, budgets, and then workshops, blueprints, coding, testing, data migration, debugging. And these are all the different activities that you have to do in an SAP project. And the project manager will take care of implementing all these activities. And who are required for these activities? Now, in the context of the house, A soil structure is being done by the soil engineer. The foundation is being done by the structural engineer. The municipal clearances are got by somebody in the project management team. The water supply is taken care of by somebody. Electrical engineer will take care of the electricity of the house. The drainage is taken care of by a landscaping artist, let's say, and the interiors are taken care by the designer, so on and so forth, right? So in an SAP project, similarly, there is basis, who takes care of licensing, and there is project manager who takes care of budgeting, change management, and then there comes the SD consultant, there comes the consultant, there comes the FI consultant, and if your company is implementing CRM or SRM, APO, these are all the different specialities, like the soil engineer, the structural engineer, electrical engineer, and then there is the ABAP team. After that, the testing team comes in, and then the training team comes in, and then the data migration team comes in. Each of these teams or people, individual persons, take care of a specific requirement. Like the soil engineer only does soil structure work. It doesn't do water supply, it doesn't do electricity, right? Same way, the SD consultant conducts only the sales relevant workshops. You, the consultant, does only the material master relevant workshops. When you prepare the blueprints, the consultant will only prepare the relevant blueprints. You'll only do testing for relevant structures, relevant configuration, relevant customization, right? You'll only interact with the ABAP consultant on relevant coding or customization or user exits. So everybody has a role to play. So what is the point I'm trying to make? The point I'm trying to make is understand the big picture. If you focus just on SPRO, learn your configuration, it's like just exercising your biceps. Yeah, your biceps need to be good, but your entire body needs to be well, right? So you can't just focus on your own thing. Of course, that's what you're trying to learn, but just understand the big picture. You don't have to go into budgeting. You don't have to go understand licensing, but understand that there are those things that are happening. Because most of the time, functional consultants move up. Project managers, senior project managers, project directors, you can even be a CIO. So the game doesn't end with you just becoming a functional consultant in or SD, and that's the end of it. No. Also, don't go too deep into the configuration. For example, the material master has a total of, let's say, 20 views, and each view has 20 fields. That's a total of 400 fields. And SAP did not build it overnight. It took years, it took decades to build that screen. Not just the first screen, but the entire material master. So it has taken in requirements from hundreds and thousands of companies and compiled a structure for the material master. There are so many different fields in it, and you don't need to understand all the different fields. You don't have to. You have to understand some of the important fields. So if you try to go behind every field and try to understand the significance of it, you're just going to go bankrupt in time. Because it's going to take forever. Everybody would have boarded a plane, and if when boarding a plane, you always look to your left, right? What's in the cockpit? And the cockpit has so many different controls, so many switches, so many buttons. If you're trying to be a pilot, would you go behind every control, every switch? Not every switch is equal. And that's why there are different sizes. The throttle is the most important switch there. It energizes the turbines. And then there is fins. And then there is wheels. Right? These are the most important controls, and you got to master them first. And then There are smaller controls in the autopilot like fuel, direction, radar, so many different things. I'm not saying that you're a complete pilot by just learning the most important controls, but that's a start. You can fly. If you want to learn learn or master the important controls first. And like I said, if you go behind every control, learning just the material master will take you 6 months. Because there are 400 fields. How can you ever learn the material master in a month or 2 months? So don't focus on all the controls. Focus only on the most important controls. Now, what are the most important controls? The next question is, how do I know which control is important? That's where you need to understand the basics of customizing. Customizing in SAP follows certain principles. And it doesn't matter if you're learning SD, MM, FI, CRM, SRM. They all follow these basic principles. So I'm going to go describe the 5 or 6 most important principles or basics of customizing. Right? The first one is account groups. They typically control the master data. Example, every vendor is associated with an account group. Every customer is associated with an account group. Every material is associated with a material type. It plays a similar role to the account group. I'm just calling it account groups here for simplicity. So account groups control master data. When we come to the vendor master or material master customization, we'll see what account groups are. So master data is controlled by account groups. Transactions are controlled by document types. Not just document types, there is item categories, there is account assignments, so on and so forth. So document type controls plus item categories, let me put it this way, control how a transaction behaves. Example, a purchase order is different from a blanket purchase order. For purchase order, you use NB. For blanket purchase order, you use FB or FO, framework order. For a stock transfer, you use UB. These are all different document types and they control how the transaction behaves. Standard transaction is different from a framework order, is different from a stock transfer. Right? They are controlled by a combination of document type and item category. The third important control is the condition technique. This is how SAP customizes pricing, outputs its messages, texts, partners, so on and so forth. Many things. So between the 3 of these, you control 50% of the customization. 50% of all customization is just done between these 3 major pieces of configuration. Account groups control the master data. Document types, item categories, they control the transactions. And condition technique covers everything else like pricing, outputs, text, partner determination. So what else do we have apart from these? So these are smaller things, right? Like other controls. These control things like plant configuration, enterprise structure, vendor customization, movement type, storage location customization, tolerances, number ranges, so on and so forth. Again, some of them are specific to MM, some of them are not specific to MM. But if you want to learn SD next or FI next, Number range is a common parameter, but tolerance is probably not. SD might not have tolerance, or CRM might not have tolerance, or they might not be involved in customizing movement type. SD might not be involved in customizing a plant, but they have their own enterprise structure elements. So this is where you are doing specific stuff, some of it, and some of it is generic. Once you get to know the philosophy, like there are number ranges, there is enterprise structures, and there is things like tolerances. These can be applied across many different functional areas. Like even SAP needs to understand what's a plant. They also have number ranges. They also have tolerances. They also need to understand customers, materials, vendors, movement types. But the customization might not be there. They have their own set of customization. Right? And then we have some global controls. For example, activating split valuation. We have seen split valuation previously, right? But where do you activate it? It's a universal activation for the entire SAP instance. That's an example of global control. This is not even 5%. This is like 3% or 2% of the entire set of controls. Right? And then there are some transaction level controls. Very few of them. Point being, focus your energies here. If you understand these three elements, account groups, document type item categories, condition technique, in fact, you're not even at 50%, you're at 70%, I would say. And I'm not exaggerating. This lay the basic foundation of your configuration. And then the rest of the things just fall together, or there might be some specialized areas where you take a loop, take a detour, learn things like movement type, learn things like tolerances, and then come back into the main loop. Once you understand these three elements, you know most of the configuration in SAP. Initially, when you start to customize things, the learning curve is going to be a little steep. Your mind is going to throw tantrums. It's going to say, oh my God, it's too difficult. I want to quit. Maybe I want to learn something else. Why does that happen? This happens especially with functional areas. I've not seen that things like ABBA. Because languages go incrementally. Right? If you want to learn the C language, you go incrementally. You learn the basic operators. You learn how to write a file. You learn loops. You learn things step by step. You're not worried about the big picture. Because when you learn a language, there is no big picture. Your command on the language is what dictates how much you learn that language. But with functional areas, it's always the functionality that you need to focus on. And when you focus on the functionality, the configuration kind of drags you. You wouldn't know how to implement a functionality. For example, if you take the P2P cycle, where you have a PO, you have a GR, then an IR, then payment. For this to work, how many things are needed? Unless this works, you won't have the framework based on which you're going to learn further. You cannot learn payment in isolation and not worry about how IR works or GR works or PO works. For example, you have to create the right kind of master data. Why? Because if you don't have the right kind of master data, it's not going to work, right? It's going to keep throwing so many errors that you're going to just give up. So you're going to have the right vendor master, the right material master, and you got to have the right document type. Depending on what kind of transaction you're creating, you're going to choose the right document type and then customize it the way you want it. If you don't have that, your document is not going to behave exactly the same way that you want it to behave. And then you're going to have so much of configuration that you have to do. What kind of partners are required in the transaction? You need the vendor master, you need the purchaser, you need the end user, you need the shipper. These are all partners that can be part of that transaction. And in cases like that, they've all got to be configured in the system. And how do you issue outputs or messages? You need to understand output determination. And how should text be available? You need to understand text determination. How should you price the purchase order? You need to understand pricing. This is all configuration. Number 4. How about other controls? Like, do you need custom movement types? Depending on the type of transaction that you're doing, you might need custom movement types. You might need vendor confirmation. You might need to configure your tolerances. You might need to configure custom number ranges. These are like the bare minimum that you would have to configure an entire business process. Again, from PO, payment. And this is where you find that things are difficult. Again, what is the point? Focus on the big picture. Don't zoom in too much in the details, right? There are so many things that have to be done as part of understanding the big picture, but focus on the stones in the water. Focus on the big picture. Focus on the scenery. Don't focus too much on the paint. It's just going to take your energy away. I'm telling this from my experience because when I started learning SAP long back, I focused on the details so much that I got so frustrated. It took 6 months for me. That's my first module in SAP that I learned. I did not like the experience, but I liked DRP, so it's just that my interest drove things. But beyond that, if I had to do it again, I would do it totally differently. I would not focus too much on smaller things. Now, that being said, I'm not saying don't focus on these controls. These controls are important. They're what runs your business process. I'm just saying that each control has a certain significance. Don't focus too much on the insignificant controls. Right? Now, what are the most important controls? We have discussed that in the previous section, right? Like account groups, document types, item categories, condition technique. On top of this, focus on the business scenario and always follow the 80-20 rule. Now, we are going to talk about Material Master in more detail. In fact, we are going to talk about all the customization. From this point on, for the next set of chapters, we'll talk about customizing all different kinds of master data. Well, what kind of master data do we have? We have Material Master. We have Vendor Master. And we have Info Records. We will discuss the Material Master first. Then we'll talk about Vendor Master and then about Info Records. In the Material Master, there are 3 main categories of discussion that we are going to have. First is discuss the functionality of the most commonly used fields. Things that we have not discussed so far. For example, some fields like auto PO. They've already been discussed when we talked about auto PO. But there are some important fields that we have not touched upon. For example, material group, material type, what they do, what's their functionality, so on and so forth. So the first point is discuss functionality of important fields. The second topic is going to be material type. These are the FERTs, FERTs, raw material, ROH. So what are these material types and what does it basically control? So material type customization. And the third point is field and screen level customization. Meaning the fields in the material master can be moved here and there. We're not going to go into the detail, but I'm going to explain about the possibilities. All right, this is the high level agenda for the material master. Vendor master also will follow typically the same agenda. Discuss the functionality and then vendor account group and then field level customization. Okay, let's start with the high level functionality, discussing some of the important fields. First field, material group. Material group. What is a material group? A material group is basically what it says. A grouping of materials. Why do we need to group materials? In fact, this field exists in the vendor master as well, vendor grouping. It exists in the customer master as well, customer grouping. All kinds of master data typically needs to be grouped, or that facility is available in SAP. Why? Let's take our coffee shop. What do we have? We have different kinds of materials, right? We have coffee. We have pastry. We also sell other items like magazines, newspapers, and we sell so many different products. We classify these materials or group these materials into different categories based on a variety of reasons. The reason why we do that typically comes from the business. Say the business wants to classify all different materials that we sell in the coffee shop as coffee and non-coffee related. They could do that. Coffee is all coffee. Anything that's not coffee is not coffee. Why would they want to do that? In any business, typically they follow the 80-20 rule. 20% of the products give 80% of the revenue. So in a coffee shop, let's say 80% of the revenue comes from coffee and coffee related products. In which case, they want to first group coffee and coffee related products as coffee, one group, and everything else into another group. That's a very simplistic way of looking at it. If it were a small coffee shop, yeah, that would be how I would look at things. So you can create two groups. One group for coffee, and the second group is non-coffee or others. But businesses are rarely so simple, right? You need so many ways to classify things. And more importantly, you need to understand why I would want to classify things or why the business would want to classify things. The need for classification is manifold. It's not just one reason why you want to classify things. But broadly, the need to classify can be categorized into two. One is operational, and the other is analytical. Operational reasons. What can I think of operational reasons? For example, on the sales front, you want to give discounts based on material group. You want to have special pricing based on material group. For example, in the holiday season, I want to give 10% discount on all coffee products. How do I do that? I can only do it if I classify and identify all coffee related materials as belonging to one group and give discount or pricing, special pricing based on that group. Same thing with purchasing. Another example. All shipments related to coffee will be expedited. How will I do that? That's an operational requirement. Say the business has taken a decision that this Christmas or this holiday season, all coffee related items will ship it to you overnight. Okay, good decision. It promotes coffee. Now, how do you do it? How do you implement it in SAP? Well, on the shipping end, you got to be able to classify coffee as belonging to coffee or any material belonging to coffee group and then expedite it. If it is not coffee, don't expedite it. So based on the material, how would they know if it is coffee or not? It could be coffee cake, it could be coffee beans, it could be anything that's related to coffee. A more relevant example is, let's say Amazon wants overnight shipping or wants to give or promote overnight shipping only for books. Books is a way to classify a particular kind of material. Because Amazon sells everything under the sun. Books now needs to be classified as belonging to a material group of books. And when you want to expedite, only books will be expedited overnight as part of this festive offer. So these are all examples of operational requirements. Now, material group can also be used for analytical requirements. For example, give me all the sales of coffee or coffee related items. So that means coffee cake, coffee beans, coffee cups, brewed coffee, or any of that stuff. How would you do that? You keep selling goods and one of it might be coffee. If I go to Starbucks, I could order one coffee and one cookie. Coffee belongs to the coffee group and cookie belongs to the baking group. I only want to analyze the sales for coffee. So unless I classify coffee as belonging to a coffee group or some special group, I won't be able to do it, right? So these are analytical requirements. Sales value, sales volume. Similarly, purchasing value, purchasing volume. How much of coffee related goods did I purchase? These are all reports that you pull out of SAP or Business Warehouse that uses specific fields like material group. Material group is not the only group. There are many other parameters, but material group from a material master perspective is one of the prime fields for grouping materials. Now you know where the material group is, right? So if you go to M01 or coffee beans 01, go to basic data. There you go. That's your material group. Where do you create your material group if you want to create more material groups? For example, what material groups do we have? These are all the material groups that are given as part of a standard IDEF system. If you go to your system in a productive system or a brand new system, you wouldn't have any of these. You have to create them by hand. And where do you do them? Somewhere in SPRO, right? So let's go create some material groups. Where do we go create material groups? It's all under Logistics General of SPRO. Let me show it to you. So go to SPRO, IMG. All master data customization is typically under Logistics General, unless it is specific customization required for sales or materials. Any generic customization of the master data is there in Logistics General. So go to Logistics General and the first section is Material Master. All right, so go there and then in this sea of options, I wouldn't know where the material group option is. Right? I don't know where it is. It must be there somewhere in field selection or basic settings or one of those. All right, settings for key fields, material groups. So it's there. If you don't know where it is, There is a quick way to go about finding where it is. You can either go here and click on search, like say material group, like that. And you could do it in the background or foreground because there are so many different menu paths to search. And SAP comes up with a list. This material group is defined in so many different places. You see, material groups for export import, that's part of foreign trade. Material groups for something else as part of excise duty, so on and so forth, right? This is probably the one that we need because we know it's part of material master functionality, core material master functionality. So select that and it'll take you there. That's one way to find out. There is another way to find out, which I'll talk about later. All right, so here is our material group, and these are all the material groups that SAP provides as part of an IDES system, right? Because these are all samples. Now, like I said, in a fresh box, brand new instance, you would not have any of these. You'd have to create them based on your business need. Let's say I want to create a material group called coffee, COFFEE, and coffee related material group. Okay, one entry chosen, save. Okay. Now let's go back to our material master MM02 for coffee beans 01, basic data, then go here and instead of doing a 015, try to assign a coffee, COFFEE. Do you have that? Yes, right? Coffee. Now, this is a better categorization of coffee, right? All right. So material has been changed. The material group is now changed to coffee. Now we know what's a material group and how to create a material group and assign it to the material master. The second parameter that we're going to discuss is the external material group. What is an external material group? In our coffee shop, we try to distinguish between coffee and non-coffee goods by marking the material as belonging to either coffee or non-coffee. So we created a material group called coffee and assigned that to any coffee related materials. Now we know which material is coffee related and which material is not coffee related. Now if you're still confused about material groups, think of it as the classification that we do in, say, a supermarket or a grocery store. You go to Safeway and there is classifications, right? What kind of classifications? There's grocery, there is dairy products, there's cereals, there's spices, there's bread section, and then there's chips and soda. Why does a supermarket do this classification? Because if there are 1,000 products or hundreds of products at least, human mind tries to classify things. If you don't classify and everything is out there without classification, if you want to go identify something, how would you do it? You would have to be helped with some kind of classification. Material group just serves the same purpose. I talked about fancy things like operational purposes, analytical purposes. That's all okay. But to put all of this simply in plain English, think of all the classification that happens in a supermarket. And why would you want to do that? Because humans understand groupings of things. When there are hundreds or thousands of materials, you can't really think about each material in particular. You got to group them. And that's the reason why material groups exist. Now, external material group could be used for any reason. One of the reasons why I have used external material groups is internally We tend to think of our materials as coffee and non-coffee. But externally, the market or the customer would want to think of that material as something else. For example, if you take the auto industry, internally, you would want to classify all your, say, for example, Honda classifies all their materials according to some internal classification. But the external face of it, meaning the customer, would want to see it as SUVs and sedans and hatchbacks. Right? That's how the customer views it. The dealer might view it as high volume sales, low volume sales, medium volume sales, high value sales, high discount sales, high margin sales. Right? He's interested in selling them. So he looks at things from a sales perspective. The customer looks at things from a usability perspective. And the transporter thinks of that same products from something else. The company, Honda itself, thinks of these products as something else. They might tend to think of the technology and whatnot. So an external material group is grouping the same material according to an external view. What's the most important external view for Honda? Probably their customer. So internally, they might have n different types of material groups, right? EV vehicles, non-EV vehicles, automatic drivetrain, manual drivetrain, four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, different kinds of classifications. But from a customer's perspective, there's SUV, there's a hatchback, and there's a sedan. Simple enough, right? Or broad classification based on how the customer wants to look at it. Now, what purpose does it serve? The same purpose that a typical material group works. So in this case, Honda is classifying their materials according to drivetrain or technology or whatever, and they could use that for internal reporting and analytics. And if they want to identify how the customer is looking at things and do some reporting or some kind of analytical extraction based on how the customer is looking at things, you can use the external material group. How many SUVs did we sell? How many sedans did we sell? How many hatchbacks did we sell? What's the profit margin on hatchbacks versus sedans? What's the sale of SUVs in winter versus the sale of SUVs in summer? Right? These are all some of the reports that you could be using by looking at the same product from a customer's perspective. And that's not the only perspective. You could look at customer's perspective. You could look at dealer's perspective. You could look at the market perspective. Because the market in general, the share market, could be looking at things differently. They could be grouping things differently based on how they look at things. Right? So an external material group is used to classify the same material based on somebody else's perspective. Customer, material, market, dealer, whatever. Right? And where do you create them? You create them here. Just like how you create a material group. You could create them here. New entries. Sedan, right? Sedan. So we have created a new external material group called sedan. And you could go and assign it to the material master. So go to MM02, coffee beans, basic data, and external material group as sedan. Now, it doesn't make sense to assign a sedan to a coffee, but you get the point, right? That's external material group. Now, the third point is old material number. So if you go to MM02, coffee beans, basic data, this is the old material number. What is an old material number? Old material number is the material number that you used to call this material before you implemented SAP. What do I mean by that? It's not necessary that every implementation of SAP is brand new. Meaning, say there's a company, it doesn't start off with SAP, right? No company starts off with SAP. So there's a company like my coffee shop. I start off with QuickBooks, which is probably $100 or $1,000 software. I run on it. After 2 years, my sales increase. I'm doing a lot of money, and I move on to some system, right? Some ERP. And after a few years, I get into the hundreds of millions of dollars, and then now I want to implement SAP. What happens to all those customers and all those materials and vendors? I have to recreate them or migrate them from this some ERP, whatever it is, into SAP. And when I do that, the old material for coffee is called Coffee 01. In SAP, we want to call them 1101215 or COFFEEBEANS 01 instead of Coffee 01, because we think it's a better naming convention. But people in the company are so used to this material, right? So there should be some way in SAP to be able to tag the old material number with the SAP's new material number. And that's what this does. In SAP, coffee beans 01 is called coffee beans 01. It's coffee beans French roast. And in the old material, they used to call it COFF-01. You see, now anybody can go in and see what's the old material number and find out the relationship between the old material number in non-SAP system and the new material number. Right? It's a mapping between what the material used to be called in the legacy system. This is what I call by legacy system, something that precedes SAP. And SAP is the modern ERP. That's the reason why you use old material group. Now, if there is no old system or legacy system, you have been on SAP for quite some time, then you can use this field old material number for some other kind of reporting, any kind of reporting that you want. The fourth parameter is called the cross plant. The X stands for cross material status. It's this field, cross plant material status. What's a cross plant material status? Let me show you some examples here. Cross plant material status, and the options are obsolete material, blocked for costing, blocked for purchasing. So it's branding this material as blocked for purchasing or blocked for procurement or obsolete material, free for pilot phase. So it's again a way to group materials based on some of the supply chain functionality. One example is, let's say you have so many different materials, right? So many different coffee beans. And from January, let's say this is December, and from January, you want to block certain materials from being procured because you don't want to deal with them. You're phasing them out. You're introducing a brand new material instead of that. So coffee beans 01 is being phased out, and in its place, coffee beans 02 is being procured and sold. Now, nobody should be able to procure this material going forward or sell this material going forward. Right? Now, purely from a procurement perspective, because we are learning MM, how do you stop all procurement of this material? One way is to delete this material or flag it for deletion. We're going to see it in some of the next chapters. How to delete and flag for deletion. But that's not the correct way, at least in this case. Why? Because There are existing transactions that use this material. Maybe it's only banned from a procurement perspective. You still sell it. That's possible, right? So you don't want to delete this material. You just want to mark it as not relevant for procurement, right? In cases like that, you use the cross plan material status. And the reason it's called cross plant is because once you put that field or mark that material as marked for procurement ban, in that case, it affects all the plants, not just Chicago. If you want to affect only Chicago, you got to go do it in the MRP views. Specify the plant and mark it for block procurement for Chicago plant only. Now, in this case, if you mark it as blocked for procurement, say blocked for purchasing, right? Save it. So material master changed. Now if you go to ME21N, put a vendor 4001 and do coffee beans 01, enter. You see that? Status blocked for purchasing. So it does not allow you to procure coffee beans. The material still exists, and any existing material receipts, like you have already ordered for coffee beans, well, you can receive them. Go to MyGo, receive the materials, no problem. Go to Myro, receive the invoice for coffee beans oven, no problem. All existing transactions will run fine. Only new purchase orders will be blocked. And that's the intent, right? Today is December 15th. We want to block all purchases going forward because from Jan 1st, we're going to go with a brand new material. Sure, all new purchases will be stopped. All existing transactions could go on even after December 31st. No problem. So that's cross-plant material status. Now, so go to SPRO, IMG, Logistics General, and Material Master, Tools or Settings for Key Fields. Define material statuses, right? What did we use? We said blocked for purchasing. This is the one that we've used, right? So select that, click on details, and here are the different areas that you can block the material. Now think of different scenarios. You could block that material from purchasing, yes, and that's what we have seen here. Purchasing is B. B means it's an error message. You don't want to ever procure anything of this material. You could make it a warning, in which case it will warn the person procuring this material, but it will not stop him. Maybe it's not a hard stop. It's going to be phased out. So you just want to warn the person purchasing the goods or the planner to stop procuring this going forward, right? So hard stop versus soft stop. It's not just purchasing. What about production? If you are producing something, don't ever produce this material. You could do that. Production order, warning, or error, right? You could want a material to be blocked both for purchasing and production, in which case you'll mark this as B and you'll mark this as B. Now you can go to a production order, try to produce something. Well, coffee beans we don't produce, but think of another material, say a bakery related material. As a cookie, coconut cookie, and coconut cookie is banned from purchasing because it's going to be phased out, and it's also going to be banned from producing, in which case you mark this also as B. And same thing with the other functional areas, for warehouse management, inventory management, so on and so forth. Depending on what are the different functional areas you want to stop transacting with this material, you go and create a new material status, mark all the appropriate functional areas as either a warning or an error, save it, and apply that to the material. That's it. The next parameter is EAN and UPC numbers. What's EAN and UPC? EAN stands for European article number. And UPC stands for Universal Product Code. What are these? Now, if you are in the retail industry, this is mostly used in retail. Think about shoes, think about clothing, think about anything that's retailed typically, These products have a barcode, right? And what does that barcode do? It represents that material in a unique way across any shelf. Meaning, if you take that shirt or shoe, let's say a Nike shoe, a particular model will have a UPC code. Say, I think UPC is a 12-digit code and EAN is a 13-digit code. The UPC is given by a consortium. There's an organization that assigns or allocates a unique code to your particular model of Nike. And that model of Nike, be it on the stores of Foot Locker or be it on the stores of Payless Shoe Store, it still has the same product code. So it's a way to uniquely identify a material. Same thing with European article number. This is used in EU and Asia, and this is used mostly in North America, Australia, New Zealand. I got to know about this UPC and EAN codes when I was working with an apparel company. They made shoes and apparel, and that was the first time I was introduced to EANs and UPCs. It's very retail oriented, right? They were using it for labeling and VAS, value added services. Not every company needs these. Typical B2B companies don't need them. If you're in retail, you might need EAN UPC. If the customer end user is interacting with them a lot on the retail shelves, then you need EAN UPC. Right? These numbers will be allocated by a consortium and they'll just be assigned to the material master. So where do you do that? MM02. Again, it doesn't make sense for coffee beans, or maybe it makes sense because you could package coffee beans and put them on the shelves of Safeway, right? Or Costco, in which case it might have a unique product number. So EAN, UPC. This is where you put your EAN numbers or UPC numbers. The next parameter is purchasing value key. This is a field that you see in the purchasing view of the material master. If you go to the purchasing view, enter the plant, say Chicago 1, you'll see a purchasing value key. What does this represent? This represents a grouping of all these different values: the reminders, the delivery date variance, under delivery and over delivery tolerance, minimum delivery quantity in percentage. All of them put together can be grouped into one number called the purchasing value key. Why? Because SAP, by material master design, does not allow you to specify these values explicitly. Meaning you can't go and just put 10 or 20 or 30 here, right? I can't change it. It's all grayed out. I'm trying to change it. I cannot change it. The way to do that is by going here and changing the value from 2 to, let's say, something else. Say you want the third reminder or the first reminder to be 5 days, choose this. But by choosing that, you're also changing the rest of the fields, right? So it's a grouping of some of the purchasing fields like reminders and delivery tolerances with just one parameter. And how do you configure it? Well, just go to F1, okay? Hit F1 on that field and select this button, customizing, and say continue without specifying project. The reason why I'm doing that is because I don't know where the customization for this is. It's out there somewhere. right? It's there in material master, purchasing, material master, define purchase value keys. If I don't know the path, you could use that to find out where exactly in SPRO you can go configure it. It's not available for all fields or all areas of customization, but wherever it's available, you can use it. That's the easiest way to find out where exactly in SPRO you can do this customization. Now go to purchase value keys, and you could create new entries, copy an existing entry, right? And then say, call it Z1. And then you could set any number of days you like. You could customize it any way you want. First reminder, second reminder, of course, second reminder has got to be bigger than the first. And delivery tolerances, this is say 10%, and this is over delivery is 10%, right? And then that's it. The number of entries copied, Z1, save that as a transport, and that's it, right? Now go back and you can change it from 2 to a Z1, which will have the values that you have created yourself, right? That's a purchase value key. So this is number 6, and number 7 is plant specific material status. This is very similar to cross plant material status. It's the same field except it's plant specific. Where do you set it? If you go to the MRP1 view, do you have MRP1 view? You don't have MRP1. MM01, coffee beans 01. Let's see if we can create an MRP view. Yes, we can. Go to MRP1, select Chicago 1 plant. There you have a plant specific material status. What does this do? So it has the exact same functionality as a cross plant material status in the basic data. Instead, it only applies to one plant, right? You see, it has the same parameters, block for purchasing, block for costing, blah, blah, blah. So when you put something here, typically this is used for production. So if you want to stop producing coffee beans or something in one plant, say the Chicago plant, you could use that. It's producing, remember, it's not purchasing. Or you could also do a procurement ban on one particular plant. Yes, definitely possible. Right? This is plant specific material status. But that about finishes a discussion on most of the major fields in the material master from a functional perspective. Now, that doesn't mean that these are the only fields in the material master you should know. There are so many other fields, but when we discuss those other fields, they have another story to themselves. For example, if I want to discuss MRP type, I can't discuss that in isolation. It has a little background to it, and it has to be discussed as part of a separate chapter. Think like auto PO, MRP group. These are all things that need a separate discussion. So I'm not doing that as part of this chapter or this set of chapters in Material Master. So whenever they are relevant, I'll discuss the corresponding business process and discuss about those fields. Some of them have already been discussed, and some of them can be discussed as we go forward with the rest of the chapters. So the next chapter is material type customization. So like I said in the Material Master, the first thing that we had to discuss was the functionality of the important fields. So this part is done. Now we are going to focus on the material type customization. So what is material type? What is a material type? Examples are FERT, F-E-R-T, for finished material, ROH, raw material, HALB, H-A-L-B, semi-finished, so on and so forth. These aren't just weird keys. There are some controls behind the scenes. We have already seen some controls when we were discussing quantity and value update. So we are going to see more controls behind material type customization. So where is the material type customization? SPRO, IMG, Logistics General, Material Master, Settings for key fields or basic settings, Material type, define attributes of material types. The transaction is OMS2. So here you have all the different material types. You want FERT, it's right here, FERT. You want raw materials, ROH, it will be down there somewhere. ROH. There you go. Right, you got HAL, we got every different kind of material type here. If you double click raw, ROH, these are all the different controls behind the material type raw. Again, we don't need to worry about all the different controls. We're going to discuss 6 or 7 different controls. The first control is the cross-plant material status. What is a cross-plant material status? We have already discussed this when we talked about the basic data in the material master. We said the cross-plant material status helps us in controlling the status of the material across the supply chain. Meaning, if you want to block the procurement, if you want to block the production, if you want to block the use in a BOM, if you want to block the use in a task list of production, across the supply chain, if you want to restrict the use of the material in certain parts or all the parts, then you can use a cross material status. Why is it relevant here in the material type? Meaning, when you use ROH material type to create a raw material, what does this field do? Say, for example, we are creating coffee beans as a raw material, or we have already created coffee beans as a raw material. If you put a status here, say blocked for purchasing or blocked for procurement, what does it do? Let's put that block, right? Well, we don't want to really do it this way, right? Because it's a standard material type supplied by SAP. Let's go ahead, make a copy of this, create our own material type, and then change it the way we like it, right? So let's go back, select ROH, and click Copy As. This is one of the fundamental rules of customization. In SAP, when you customize anything, wherever there is a possibility, always copy to create your own. Why do you have to do that? Think of it like this. So all these material types, not just with material types, but with many other parameters, anything that SAP provides is basically a template. Let me give you another example. If you go to Microsoft Word, WinWord, what are these? These are templates. This is a blank document, so a blank template. Then these are specific templates suitable for a specific purpose. For example, what is this? Student report with cover photo. So if a student wants to make a project in his school, he can use that. So it's a template specifically designed for a purpose. Now what do you do if you want to use it? You click on that. So it will create a Word document based on that template. So you got the title, you got the report title, you got the subtitle, you got the heading. The template basically dictates how you can go about creating a student report, right? But you don't go about changing the template itself. Because if you change the template, tomorrow neither you can use the template nor somebody else who's also using the same computer can use the template. The template is tampered with forever, right? Same thing with templates in SAP. FERT is a material type and it has some controls behind it, and it's a template provided by SAP. You don't want to change the template. You want to keep the template intact. Instead, copy the template, create your own custom template. It's like creating your own Word document from the student report template. Then you can change whatever you want here. It's your template. You do whatever you want. That logic applies to not just MM or SD or FI. It applies to every kind of customization in SAP. So let's take ROH, copy, and then it says specify target. So here you have to mention a name. It's like saving your file name. What name do we use? Can we use any name? No, we can't. We have to follow a naming convention. What kind of naming convention do we follow? Any new template names, or when you copy from a standard template, you create your own, it has to start with a Z or a Y. So if it is FERT we are copying, we can say Z. I thought we were copying ROH. So escape. Yes, changes will be lost. Okay. I think we have copied two entries here. ROH. Right? Okay. Deselect everything and then select ROH. Click on copy. Specify target entries. Alright. Here we have to mention a Z. Start with a Z or a Y and then you can have anything you want. It's 4 characters, so Z R 0 1 to have a unique name. And then we're going to have a plant specific material status here. Hit enter. It says so many entries have been copied, 180. Click OK. Number of entries copied 1. Save it. And it creates a transport request. We are good to go. Now, when you copy that template, why am I asking you to create it either starting with a Z or starting with a Y? In fact, this has so far-reaching consequences that you are never allowed to create a template that doesn't start with a Z or a Y. Why is that? The reason is very simple. So SAP is an ERP system, right? It's like any other software, and it comes with updates. Think of Windows. This is Windows, and it has versions, right? It has 7, it has 8, it has 8.1, and it has 10, and it has 10. So many different versions. With each version, Windows does an update. And what does that update do? It updates certain files. Where does it update the files? It updates the system files. It doesn't touch your photos. It doesn't touch your emails. It doesn't touch any of your stuff. Your stuff is personal. It doesn't touch it. But if you look at files like C:, Windows, and then program file, system32, any of those system files, there's no guarantee that a file will not be touched. Maybe there are some exceptions, but most of the time, Windows is free to change whatever it wants in there. So those files are Windows domain. We don't have any control over them. But if you put something in C:, my name Siva / documents, and then I put photos, videos, documents, so on and so forth, any of these upgrades will not tamper with these files. These are my personal files. Even if Windows updates 10 times, these files will not be touched. Same is the story with SAP. There are so many different material types, right? FERT, ROH, HALB, blah blah blah. SAP can come up with more material types as it upgrades the version. For example, SAP 4.7, SAP 5.0, SAP 6.0, 6.0 EHP5, EHP7, EHP9, EHP for enhancement pack. Think of it like support packs in Windows. With each version, SAP is free to create as many material types as it wants. So say for example, you copy ROH and create a material type called ROH1. Instead of doing a ZRO1, you're doing a ROH1. And you start using it in this version. Now, there's no guarantee that SAP can override this with its own version in version EHP9. Then all your settings are gone, isn't it? To avoid stuff like that, SAP asks you to create these templates, not just for material type, document type, item category. There are so many different configuration items that ask you to create these configuration or templates. And when you start with a Z or a Y, for example, instead of doing it as ROH1, if you do it as ZROH1 or ZRO1, then SAP guarantees you that it will not override anything that starts with a Z or a Y. And that guarantee is what we use to create our own templates. Anything that starts with a Z or a Y, SAP respects it, and no amount of upgrades will override it. And that's the reason why anything that's custom is always created starting with a Z or a Y. All right, now that we understand why we need to start with a Z or a Y, now let's go inside the controls. ZRO1. And now we were talking about the first control, cross-plan material status. We know what it does in the material master. But what does it do in the material type? Any material that you create now with this material type will automatically have this cross-material plan status defaulted to BP. You want to check that? Sure. Did we save it? Yes, we saved it. So go to MM01 and remember this material type ZRO1. Retail ZRO1, right? Enter. I'm not even putting a material, it will automatically pick it up. Click on basic data. Do you see that? I didn't put anything here. It automatically defaults to BP. So now, why do you want to use this parameter, or why do you want to use this functionality? Some materials by default start out with a certain status. For example, think of Apple. Apple is creating a product, say a brand new iPad, iPhone, whatever. When it's creating that product, it doesn't want to sell it yet, but it wants to create that material. Why? Because that material needs to be planned, that material needs to be manufactured, that material needs to be stocked, that material probably needs to be procured. All of the functionalities can be done except for sales, because they are not ready yet until somebody announces it. Point being, by default, you allow everything for a new material except sales. And when you're ready to sell, you go and remove the cross-plan material status, whereby you're allowing everything and anything to happen with that material. So by default, if you want to set a certain status, so that certain activities are prohibited in the logistics supply chain cycle of that material, then you use a cross-plan material status. Next is the item category group. I don't want to discuss the item category group much. The reason being, it's more of a sales functionality. But nevertheless, just keep it in the corner of your mind that item category group is an important field, and you can default it right from here. Right? So we have seen so many different number ranges so far. You have seen finance number ranges in FBN1. So whenever we post a goods movement or whenever we post an invoice receipt, SAP says, oh, this number range 51 does not exist. So we went to FBN1, created a number range. When we tried to do goods movement initially, the very beginning of the course, there were some issues saying, hey, you know what, I can't post this goods movement because some number range is missing. Then we went to the goods movement number ranges, created number ranges. Same thing with material. Every material type is assigned a set of number ranges. One external number range, one internal number range. So let's see how they're assigned. Okay, it's right here. Define number ranges for each material type. So here you create number ranges, group them, and assign material types to groups. If you look at the groups, or if you go to the groups, for example, group 1 is assigned to a particular number range. One internal and one external. So if you try to create one more number range, for example, edit insert interval does not work because each group can only be assigned to one number range. So let me put it this way. Material type, and there's a group, and there is external number range and internal number range. So there is a FERT, finished material, there is a raw material, so on and so forth, and n number of material types can be assigned to a group 1, and each group can be assigned precisely at most one external number range and at most one internal number range. Now, why would you need an internal number range? Let's look at an example. So if you go to MM01, right, ZRO1 for example, hit enter, say basic data, hit enter, you see that 1, 4, 2, 3. That's a number that's automatically assigned by SAP based on the internal number ranges. And what's that number range? Let's go back to the config. So where is ZRO1? Go hit the binocular and select ZRO1. Okay, it's right here. And that is assigned to which group? It got assigned automatically because ROH, the standard material type. So it's assigned to which group? Group 1. So select group 1 and click on this function. And you see that this is the number range. It starts from 0 and ends in 99999. And the current number range is 1426. So current number range is typically buffered. So don't try to exactly match it. There will be some differences. For example, it's 1423. The next time you create material, again the ROH1 or ROH1, it will create 1424, 1425, 1426, 1427, so on. That is, if you use internal number range. If you want to assign an external material number range to it, this is the number range. Anything from 1 character to 6 or 7 characters. How many do we have here? I think we have 7. 7 characters. Now you can change this. You can go to change it to whatever you want. This is 8 nines, right? You want 9 nines? Sure, you can do that. And that's the target number range. You can start with another number range. You can start with so many different 5s, right? So this is how you maintain number ranges. Number ranges are typically not very relevant for materials unless you want to always use internal. And some companies, in fact, SAP recommends that you use internal number ranges for materials because it's easier, it's auto-generated, so you don't have to come up with creative names. But nevertheless, business tends to typically use names like coffee beans 01 or coffee beans Arabica. The name is restricted to 18 characters. For example, if you look at this, hit F1 or help button, and if you go to the technical information, you see that this is the field name and this is the data element. Double click on data element and you'll see that material number is 18 characters, and that's the maximum limit. You can't change it. Go back, close this, and let's come back to where we were. Number ranges, right? So this is how you create number ranges and assign it to the material type. Now, we were talking about this field here, external number assignment without check. So if you check this on, that means that system does not worry or check the name that you've entered against the external number range. Basically, it allows you to go wild and create any name you want. It doesn't check it against the external number range. Now, sometimes if you don't want to allow that, if you want to restrict all external naming to that A to Z, 7 characters, then you check it off. Okay. Once you check it off, the system does not allow you to create anything out of that number range in the external number range. Internal number range, anyway, we don't have control. So with respect to number ranges, a material can have 2 number ranges. One external, one internal. SAP recommends that you use the internal number range and you use the external number range most of the time in the industry because it's easy to remember. But if you have a large number of materials, think of Walmart. Walmart has millions of materials. In cases like that, it makes sense to go with internal number range. You can't create mnemonics for millions of materials, right? So it depends on the nature of the industry. Either way, SAP recommends that you use internal number range. And if you want to use an external number range, you're free to use it. And check this on if you don't want SAP to check against the external number ranges that you have configured against the material type. Basically, this allows you to create whatever kind of external number range you want within the limitations of 18 characters. All right, the next section is the views. When you go create a material, you have so many different views, right? You select basic view, you select accounting view, you select purchasing view, so on and so forth. But not every material type can be assigned to any view you want. It's not possible. So each material type can only have a certain number of views. So in this case, raw material, for example, does not have a work scheduling view. See, it's not checked on like that. So by default, when SAP comes up with a definition of raw material, it says raw material does not have a work scheduling view. Why is that? What is a work scheduling view? A work scheduling view, when we have seen planning, defines the parameters that a plant requires to manufacture that material. But a raw material is not manufactured by definition. But not necessarily. You could go and manufacture some raw materials if you want. In cases like that, don't create them as raw materials. Create them as probably semi-finished products or finished products, but you could still use them as raw materials. This is SAP's suggestion that raw materials need not have a work scheduling view or a production resource view, a sales view, because you're not going to sell raw materials. If you need raw materials to be sold, then create your own custom material type and check sales on, right? If you don't check sales on, and if you go create a raw material, let's say MM01, right? Raw material, enter. Where are your sales views? You don't see them, right? You don't see sales views. That's because by definition, the template of ZRO1 raw material says that there is no sales view, there is no work scheduling view. If you want, you can go and turn them on like that. Save. Now you should be able to go and create a raw material with a sales view. Do you see a sales view now? Sales views, right? So I'm unchecking that because I don't need a sales view for raw material, right? So all the different views that a material type is allowed to have are defined here. The next one is price control. So raw materials are typically procured, right? So for procured materials, what kind of price control do you use? You don't use standard. You use moving average. Now this can be changed in the material master. I'll show you. But when you set it here to V, save it, right? Now go back all the way and start again with MM01, raw material, enter, select basic and accounting one view, and for the Chicago one plant. Now give a name, doesn't matter what name, and basic unit of measure each. Now you see that? I didn't put any price control here, it automatically has selected a V. If I did not change that to V here, it would have come up as S, standard price. So this defaults the valuation or price control in the material master. So why do you want to use this? You want to use this when you know that for certain material types, you're going to use a particular type of valuation, always. So when your internal user base in the company is creating materials, not everybody might know what price control to use. In cases like that, SAP, based on the configuration in the material type, can default to a particular material type, either S or V, right? And then there's accounting category reference. We'll talk about it when we come to OBYC, MMFI interface. But that's an important control. Remember it. We'll touch upon it later. And then price control mandatory. Now, if we check this on, save it, what happens is you cannot create a material without the price control. Now, what this means is if I create a material now, right, with the basic data and accounting one, CHA1, enter, something here, each, then you see that when I set that to mandatory, I cannot even change this. It is set to V and that's it. I'm trying to double click to S, click on green, it's not happening. What this means is if you want to force a certain material type to have a certain type of price control, then use price control mandatory. This forces all your internal users that when you create materials of a particular material type, it does not give them an option to choose the price control. The price control is set at the material type and that's it. They don't have a choice. That's price control. Next we have quantity and value update. I think we have seen quantity and value update already when we talked about valuation. Quantity update versus value update. Typically, finished materials have both quantity and value update. Some materials like non-stock materials, they are not maintained by quality or value. They are consumed all the time. Some materials have quantity update, but they don't have value update. We have seen examples of all the three different cases. All right, that's the material type. The next topic is field level customization. Customization. What is field level customization? A material master looks something like this, right? There are so many different tabs, basic data, accounting data, so on and so forth. So these are tabs. And each tab has certain sections and each section has certain fields, like so. So this is called a subscreen. This tab is called a screen, and these are individual fields. So Material Master comprises of n number of screens or tabs. Each screen has n number of subscreens, and each subscreen has a certain number of fields. Now, can you change this? Do you have the facility to change the sequence of fields, the sequence of subscreens, or the tabs? Well, you can do it, but you can't do it as a functional consultant. You need the help of a technical consultant for that. So the settings for that is here. Go to define structure of data screens for each sequence. Then the standard sequence is 0, 1. Go to data screens, and then here is how the basic data, purchasing data, sales data, MRP data screens are declared. So if you go to the basic data, click on subscreens. These are all the different subscreens in basic data. If you want to see the first subscreen, select it, click on view subscreen. Okay, there's a material number, material description, and then some log, and then some revision level, right? So if you go to MM01, let me minimize it, and then select something, basic view, right? Do you see that? Do you see the similarity here? This is how the subscreen is defined. There is a material number, there is a material description, and then revision levels. And you see, that's how the actual material screen is. There is a material number, there is a material description, and then we have revision levels, right? So this is what I meant by sub-screen, right? And this is the main screen or screen. Let me put that here for reference. All right, so we have the main screen and we have the subscreen. Can you change the way these are displayed? Meaning, can you have the material number here, and can you have the material description right underneath the material number? Is that possible? Yes, it is possible, but like I said, we as functional consultants cannot do this. We need the help of a technical consultant. So how do you do that? So you take that subscreen, right? This program, screen number 1002, go to SE51. This is called the screen painter. Put your program in there. What was the screen number? The screen number is 1002. 1002, and then click on display, right? This is the logic behind populating those fields. And then if you go to the layout, SAP is opening the screen painter. This is how the different GUI elements are created anyway. But we are not aware of it as functional consultants, and we don't need to make ourselves aware of this. If you ask the technical consultant, the ABAP consultant, he can do that for you. All right, see that? You got the material, material number, material description, and revision levels. Now, these can be moved around, right? We just don't know how to do it. If you ask your ABAP consultant, they can move them around, or they can delete them. And there are some changes that has to be done behind the scenes, like, changing references to these screen fields in the code and stuff like that. We don't know how to do it, and we don't care. Okay, I just want you to be aware of the possibilities when it comes to fields and screen level customization. It's possible to customize the fields in the Material Master, like move them around, change the description, so on and so forth. But changing a description is okay. You can call material something else. That's fine. But don't go about customizing the screen too much. It's not worth it. It's confusing, and it causes more problems in the longer run than it solves in the short term. The users might be tempted to ask you for changes. They want the Material Master to be a certain way. But remember, SAP has created these screens based on inputs from thousands of customers, SAP's customers. So there's a reason why fields have been put in a certain way. And in extreme cases, some customers, big customers, might ask you to change some of the fields. And it's not wrong to do that. Go ahead, do it if you want to. That's your bread and butter. But try and avoid those kinds of customization and explain to your customer why you should not be doing it. It causes confusion. Every time there is an update, these fields have to be protected. There's so much that has to be done. Okay, and it's not worth the effort. And everything under this, configuring the material master, is how to create these customized screens. So I don't want to go into too much of that because it's all technical. Now, this is something that we can do. Field selection. What is a field selection? There are so many fields in the material master, right? Material group, external material group, so on and so forth. All these fields are grouped together. So like I said, the material master has so many tabs and so many different fields. These fields are grouped together into something called as field selection groups, which is a fancy word for a group of fields. And each group is assigned a field reference. The field reference controls whether the field can be displayed, whether the field can be made mandatory, whether the field can be made optional, or whether the field can be hidden. What do I mean by that? So if you go back, go to the material master, MM01, right? ZROH, enter, basic data, just the basic data. Now, you see the base unit of measure is made mandatory. You know that it's mandatory because you see the check mark, just like the basic material description and the base unit of measure. So if you don't put anything there, SAP forces you to fill those fields. So you put some description, and then you put base unit of measure, and then you're done. It doesn't ask you to do anything else. Now, what if you want to make material group mandatory for all new materials that are created? How do you do that? You do that using field selection groups. And in order for you to do that, the first thing that you have to do is find out what is the technical description of that field. Go to F1, and then over here, select technical info, and then MARA MATKL. MARA is the table and MATKL is the field. Don't worry about the table, the field is important. MATKL. Okay, remember that. MATKL. Go back, and go to the configuration. Maintain field selections for data screens. Right? So this is called the field selection group, which is a grouping of fields, and under that we have these field names. So group number 1 has these field names: MARA mains, MARA MSEHT. I don't care what those names mean, they're all German. And here we have a description, base unit of measure. For each of these field selection groups, a field reference dictates whether that entry is optional or mandatory. Now you have to understand the linkage here. What is a field reference? A field reference, let me go back here. Let me go to another SPRO, IMG, Logistics General, Material Master, Basic Settings, Material Types, Define Attributes of Material Types, and ZRO1. That's our material, right? Double click on that, and this is the field reference. The field reference is ROH. A field reference basically dictates, it's a grouping of so many different things that control whether a particular field is mandatory or optional or can be hidden. So a field selection group is assigned to a field reference. A field reference is assigned to a material type. This completes the link. For a particular material type, say ZROH, it's assigned to a field reference ROH. And there are so many different fields right here. And each of these fields is grouped into field selection groups. Now, what is our question here? We want to make a certain field, let's say mandatory. Let's create a problem now. We want to make the material group mandatory only for a particular type of material, ZRO1. Right? How do we do that? We know what's the technical description of it. Now let's come back here, and we know that ZRO1 is assigned to ROH field reference. Now go back and see which field selection group that field MATKL is assigned to. So we need Mara Metcal, right? So go to field name, Mara Metcal. It's not allowing us to go just by the field name. We need to put the entire table, Mara Metcal, right? Material group. And that is assigned to field selection group 2. Field selection group 2 contains so many different fields, right? So field selection group 2 has Metcal, MATKL, and we want to make MATKL as mandatory, right? Meaning a required entry. And we want to do it only for ROH, not for every material type, right? Make this a required entry. Okay, and remember that affects all these fields, not just material. It affects the name, the plant, all these fields that are assigned to this selection group. Now save it. Create a transport. Sure. Data was saved. Now go back all the way. MM01, ZRO1, basic data. You see that? Material group is now a mandatory field. How do I know that? Because I got a check mark here. If I don't fill it, for example, I put some description, I put each and hit enter, it forces you to fill the material group. Now with this change, we have not only made the material group mandatory, we might have made some other fields also mandatory. Any group that has more than one field, if you make that field mandatory or group mandatory, all the fields in that group will be made mandatory. But it's controlled by the material type and field selection group. Okay. Now what is the possible customization that you can do here? You can create your own field references. That is possible. So instead of changing ROH standard field reference, you can create your own field reference, assign it to your material type. That way, you're customizing it in such a way that nobody else has to worry about it. It's your own field reference. Now, what else can you do in here? For example, if you create custom fields in the material master. Why do you want to create custom fields? Material master has 300 fields or 100 fields that SAP supplies out of the box. SAP also provides additional fields for specific industry sectors. Like retail field has the most number of fields because that's how the retail industry wants to capture the materials or articles as they are called. Now your custom industry, whatever it is, might need more fields. And that's dependent on the nature of the industry. For example, if you are working in the government sector, when dealing with, let's say, the common public or public utility companies or any of these vendors or customers of theirs, might need certain fields to identify an individual customer. For example, the individual customer, the end user of that government, might want to be classified as belonging to, let's say, domestic or commercial. Now I'm talking about a customization in the customer master, not in the material master, but you can extend it to anything you want. You can apply the same logic to the material master. Certain materials are domestic materials, certain materials are commercial materials. Now, what field do you use for that? You can use the material group. Sure, no problem. Say, for example, if you are already using the material group to do another grouping, whatever that grouping is, based on another kind of classification, and you are left with no other field, but you want to create your own. So you can ask your technical consultant to create a new field in the material master. He'll do that for you and include that in the basic data or the sales data or the purchasing data. You just name the view, he can put it in there. He can write the code to update the view, update the logic, and all that stuff. Now, if to make that field mandatory or optional, depending on where that field is, you can create a new field, right? And assign it to the right field selection group, and assign that field selection group to the field reference, like so, and make that field reference mandatory or optional. That way, for certain material types, this field can be made mandatory or optional or hidden or required entry or just display, right? That's the customization that we can do with field selection groups. So you're basically playing with the field reference. This is assigned to the material type, and that's assigned to the field selection group. The selection group is a group of fields, and you can make a group of fields either a display or mandatory or optional or hidden. This functionality is not just available in the material master. It's available in the vendor master. It's available in the customer master. All different kinds of master data has this functionality of suppressing fields or making fields mandatory. And each of these master data follows the same kind of methodology. Field selection groups, field references, and then making them either display, optional, mandatory. All right. We have come to the very end of the material master. We just got one more topic, and that topic is material master number format. Now we know for the material master, the maximum length is 18. You can't go beyond 18. In the new SAP S/4HANA system, this has been extended to 40 characters. But in the ECC system, the maximum length is 18. Now, what customization can you do here? If you go to the output format for material numbers in basic settings, you can see that there are one or two customizations that you can do. The major customization is the use of material number template. Now, material master is 18 characters, right? So it's 18 boxes like that. Each is one character. Now, sometimes material numbers need to be created in a certain fashion. For example, if you have so many different materials, you can say this is F for food, put a dash, and then something like that. You want to force the material creation to be in a certain format. For example, supermarket, you classify it as food, beverages, clothing, stationery, pharmacy, something like that. And anything that's food is F dash 4 characters, 0124. 0124 could be bread, right? You can do that using a template. Not just that, you can have something like 0124, not F dash, 0124, and then show it in the system as F dash when you go to MM03. You could create it as 0124, but show it in the system as F dash. Now, to do all of this stuff, you have to create what is called as a template. And on top of that, you can also do programming to allocate or prefix it with certain numbers. Now, some companies need this kind of stuff. Not all companies do, but some companies need this kind of stuff. They want to prefix their material with something or suffix their material with something. In cases like that, you can program your material master template in such a way that you can prefix the material with something or suffix the material with something or format it in a certain way. There are specific customer or user exits for the material master, and go to help.sap.com and then you can find the material master exits. Just go to Google and type in material master customization customer exits, and you'll have two of them. And then how to program it is not in our domain. It's basically the domain of the ABAP consultant. You just provide the requirements and he'll be able to do that for you. The next thing is leading zeros. What is leading zeros? If you switch this off, okay, save it. Okay, go back. Now you see that these are the leading zeros. It's not on by default, but you can enable it. I didn't put these zeros, SAP has automatically put it. If I go to NM01 and then enter basic data, now it does not have the leading zeros. Why do you want to have these leading zeros? Sometimes SAP interacts with external systems, external sales systems, external purchasing systems, external CRM systems, and they need the number range to be a fixed number of digits or alphabets, 10 characters, 18 characters, so on. In cases like that, you can prefix the material with zeros. That way, any external system always sees your material with a certain number of characters always. That's when you use leading zeros. That about concludes the material master. Now, we are going to discuss the vendor master. So, material master is the first piece of master data we have discussed. The discussion on vendor master is also going to be very similar. So what is the agenda for vendor master? First, we are going to discuss the overall structure and important fields. Again, this is going to be very similar to the material master. In the material master, we have discussed how the overall structure is, and then we moved on to discuss about some of the important fields like material groups, so on and so forth. Number 2 is a discussion on the vendor account group. This is similar to the material type in the material master. Material type in the material master plays the same role as the vendor account group in the vendor master. And then we'll discuss something that's very specific to the vendor master, which is vendor sub-range. And number 4, we'll talk about what's a one-time vendor. And number 5, we'll talk about purchasing group or transaction specific field selection. Well, don't worry about all those terms there. We'll go over each of them in detail. So, what is the structure of the vendor master? We have seen that the vendor master has basically 3 sets of views. I'm not saying 3 views, 3 sets of views. So if you consider vendor master as a pie, you have 3 views inside it, or 3 sets of views. The first set of view is called the general section. Think of it as a section that has one or more than one view. The second section is called the purchasing view. The third section, of course, is the finance or company code view. If it helps, SAP has designed the customer master also in a very similar way. There will be a general, there will be a sales, there will be a finance. It might be a little difficult to understand why SAP has created it this way, but as we progress, as we keep doing transactions and customization, you'll understand the need for the vendor master to have purchasing views, finance views, and general views separately. All right, so what's there in the general view? Well, in the general view, we have address details. Where does the vendor stay? Where is he located? What is the phone number, fax number, email? And after that, there is some control data. Control data is used to identify the vendor further. For example, what's his tax identification number? Or what is his credibility as a vendor? Right? There are global identification that can be used to identify vendors. So that's all there in general data. And then there's also payment data. Like if you want to pay the vendor, how would you pay? What's the bank details? So on and so forth. How about the purchasing view? Purchasing has so many views. The purchasing has partner functions. We haven't touched upon partner functions yet. There is a special chapter dedicated to partner functions. And in that, we're going to discuss, what really is partner functions, why do we need to create partner functions, we'll create partner functions, and everything that's got to do with partner functions. But for now, just understand that partner function represents the role that a particular entity, it could be a vendor, it could be somebody else, plays in the transaction. A simple example I can talk about is, if you do a transaction on Amazon, how are you doing it? You are paying Amazon, and if you see closely, it's not Amazon that's delivering the goods, right? It's some other vendor. It will be displayed somewhere in that screen saying delivered by so and so. What's the point? The point being, the entity delivering the goods is different from the entity taking in the payment. Amazon versus the person selling that stuff on Amazon. And they each play a different role in that transaction. And that's an example of partner functions. We'll learn more about this when we go to the partner function determination chapter. All right, and then there is also some purchasing data. Like this represents the critical data that's needed for purchasing. Like purchase order currency, purchase order Incoterms, purchase order payment terms, delivery tolerances, so on and so forth. And then there is finance data, where you'll have the account details, bank account details, payment details like payment terms, so on, taxation, and all that stuff. Stuff that we are not very worried about. And why do I say that? Because we are consultants. We don't care about most of the finance details, which bank account, blah, blah, blah. So it's not just us, consultants, who are interested in the vendor master. The finance people, either an FI consultant or the users of the financial system, also has a stake in the vendor master. So this part is not really our domain. This is all the domain of the FI consultant. But we need to know that such a view exists in the vendor master, and most of the bank details and payment terms come from the finance view of the vendor master. And what do we have here? The general view is necessary for everybody, both consultants and FI consultants. And the purchasing view is probably the view that we care about the most, because that's where most of the purchasing data is. All right. So now what we are going to do is go create a vendor and see all the different views. So what is the transaction to create the vendor master? Go to logistics, material management, purchasing, then master data, then vendor. So these are the different views that we were talking about. Purchasing view, and then general view, and then finance view. The finance view is not in the purchasing section or in the material management section. The finance view will be here. Go to accounting, financial accounting, accounts payable, because this is us company paying the vendor, right? Go to accounts payable and then master records, create. And these are the transactions to create vendors. So if you go here, the transaction to create both the general and the finance views is MK01 to create, 02 to change, and 03 to display. The transaction to create the finance and general views is FK01. Think of F as finance, M as material master. And if you want to create all the three views together, you use XK01. Now, why so many different transactions? Because, like we have discussed, it's not just the material management team that has a stake in the vendor master. The finance team also has a stake. For example, we don't know the account details or payment details or tax details. So we'll not be able to plug that data in to the vendor master. So who knows about that? The finance consultant knows, or the finance user knows. So they will be using this transaction and we will be using this transaction. Now, what about XK01? Why do you need that? In smaller companies, these roles might crisscross. The finance consultant might be the procurement consultant, or the finance user might also be responsible for maintaining the procurement data. In such cases, you can use the central transaction XK01 and create the entire vendor master in one go. Right? So let's go create them. All right, so we're going to go back to material master logistics, purchasing, master data, vendor, and then when you go to central, this is where you can create the entire vendor master. If you go to purchasing, you create only the purchasing views. And of course, the general view. You can't just create a purchasing view without the general view. All right, so let's go create the central view, XK01. And then company code, well, we know our company code, US01. We know our purchasing org, US01. And then what about the accounting group or account group? Like I said, this plays a similar role to a material type. A material type like FERT, finished goods, HAVA, trading goods, raw material, dictates what are the views it has, what are the different pieces of data it has or it should have, right? The vendor account group also plays a similar role. But we're going to discuss that in detail in the next chapter. So for now, I'm going to choose 0001, right? If you hit enter, it says account group uses external number assignment. Okay, that means it uses a number range that has an external number assignment. Like, I'm just going to choose some number. Enter. Looks like it falls within range. And then we have ABC Foods, right? And where is it located? 1000, say Michigan Avenue, and city, Chicago, country, US, region, Illinois, and then you could mention the phone number, fax number, so on. After that, you can hit enter or click on the green arrow mark. and then you can maintain the tax data. If you remember our discussion on the general section, we said there is address and then there is control data. This is what I mean by control data. Like which corporate group they belong to. What are their tax numbers? What is their fiscal address? What is the tax jurisdiction code? VAT registration number? Which industry code do they belong to? We're trying to categorize that vendor into so many different criteria and then put some important trade information. Right? You don't need to be worried too much about all this stuff. I can just leave it for now. Okay? Enter. Then we can also put payment details like the bank details. Using which bank should we pay this vendor? What is the bank account? What is the bank key? What is the account holder's name? So on and so forth. Then that about finishes the general data. And then we are moving on to the accounting information. The primary field in accounting information is the recon account. Okay. So what is a recon account? Again, this is something that we'll have to worry about when we talk about MMFI integration. One area is OBYC, where the material account postings are determined and configured. Another area is vendor postings, where a recon account and other trade accounts are used. For now, just go and select a payable account. See, I'm selecting a payable account. These are GL accounts, general ledger accounts, that are specifically designed for payables. Right? For now, just select a payable account. And then some cash management group, because it's a mandatory field. Otherwise, I wouldn't be even bothered about it. And then the rest of the data is all finance data. Don't care. All right. And then payment terms. Remember, we are talking about payment terms in the finance view of the vendor master. There's going to be another payment terms in the purchasing view of the vendor master. For now, let's just select 003. Okay, 15 days. And then hit enter. Dunning procedure. All of this is finance data, right? Okay. Enter. Now this is purchasing data. Again, you see terms of payment, right? Over here, you can select some other terms of payment. So why does SAP have two terms of payment? One in finance and one in purchasing? The reason is there's a general payment terms in finance, or with each purchasing organization, you could have a different set of payment terms. Example, in the US, if you have two different purchase orgs, one for West and one for East, the same vendor could have one default set of payment terms in the company code level and another set of payment terms for the Western region or Western purchase org. So this is the flexibility that SAP is providing us for the vendor to have a different payment terms at the purchase org level. Order currency, USD, because we are in the US. And then there is Incoterms. We have discussed Incoterms already in the vendor master. So cash on delivery until the plant or warehouse, minimum order value. This is all purchasing data, right? The title should say it. What's the minimum order value? Say 5,000. And then there's so much of other purchasing data like GR-based invoice verification, ABC indicator, service-based invoice verification, subsequent settlement, automatic PO. We have discussed some of these things, but not all of them. We are not going to discuss all of these parameters anyway. And then keep going. These are the partner functions. So in this case, he's just a vendor. You could have more partner functions here. But I'm not going to talk about that yet. And then, are we done? Yes. Save it. Vendor number 12121 has been created for this company code, this purchase org. Now, we are going to discuss the importance of some of the fields that we have created in the vendor master. So go back to the change mode or display mode of the vendor master. And what do you see here? The vendor number that we have recently created, 12121. And then these are the different sets of views that I was talking about. So this is the org data. And then this is the general section, finance section, purchasing section. And each of these sections of data has different views. These are the views. Address view, control view, payment transactions view, accounting info view, so on and so forth. And as you can see, this is not much different from the material master views, right? In the material master also, for example, there is a sales section, and sales section has three views, right? Sales org 1 view, sales org 2 view, sales or general plan data view. Same is the case with vendor master. Now, when you go to change or display view, you should be able to pick the views just like how you do in the material master. Like if you don't pick a view, SAP will force you to pick at least one view. So you can pick one view or more than one view. So you can pick the address view, say the accounting view, and then purchasing data view, right? We don't need to discuss much in the other views. So the general section contains address, PO box, telephone, fax. Next, in the accounting section, we have the recon account, which is just a GL account number, okay? Don't worry about it now. And then this is the view, the purchasing data view, where you'll have the most relevant fields for purchasing. So what about order currency? First field. Order currency, the currency in which the default purchase order is going to be created. Why do you need an order currency? The order currency is dependent on the vendor. It can also be made dependent on the material. The example for the first scenario is, say we are located in Chicago, right? There's a vendor in San Francisco and he's a domestic vendor. So we pay him in USD. So the default currency is USD. There's a vendor in Kenya that we can deal with directly for importing coffee, and he deals only with another currency, say the Kenyan dollar, right? Whatever it is. That's the reason why we have order currency. Now, the second example where I talked about having a currency by material can be used using info records, because the same material sitting in San Francisco could be dealing with USD for all the materials except for one material that he imports from Colombia, in which case the currency is going to be Colombian dollar, right? So in the next section, when we talk about info records, that's when we're going to see how the data flows from these three different master data into the transaction. And that's going to be more interesting. Anyway, and then we have payment terms, right? We know what payment terms are. There are so many different payment terms. Net immediately, net within 15 days, net within 30 days. If you don't remember, go back to the vendor master section at the very beginning of this course, and you'll understand what payment terms are. The key thing to understand here is that there is payment terms at the purchasing level, there is payment terms at the finance level. When you create a purchase order, which payment terms take effect is what you should understand. And like I said, the payment terms from the purchasing data supersede the payment terms from the accounting data of the vendor. Alright, and then we know what are Incoterms, minimum order value, and then we can specify some of the fields like purchasing group, planned delivery time. These are the general data, like What's the planned delivery time in general? It's not material specific. When you want to maintain material specific data, you go to the info record. Anything that's maintained in the vendor is generic data, nothing specific to a particular material. If you want to maintain data for a material and vendor combination, you go to the info record. All right. And then there are some other fields like confirmation control, and ERS. These are things that we have not discussed yet, so don't worry about it. How do you know who has created this vendor? Well, we have created the vendor just now, but if you don't know who has created the vendor, how would you know it? Go to Extras, Administrative Data, and you'll see that the general view was created by me, the company code was created by me, and the purchasing data was created by me on this date. And what is the account group of the vendor? Okay. That's all we want to know about the vendor. So save that 12121. Now let's see what else is there here. You can check for changes. What are changes? Now this is something that's available for any kind of master data. Vendor master, material master, customer master. Let me go do a change, right? What kind of change? I'm going to change this, not the search term, say the address from 1000 Michigan Avenue to 2000 Michigan Avenue. Okay. Address is one example. Let's go change something else as well. Especially the purchasing order currency from USD to, let's say, EUR, euro. Okay. All right. So far so good. 12121. Now go to changes. Enter that vendor, purchase org, and company code is US01. And you can specify a date range. At what point do you want to track the changes? Well, we want to track everything that has been changed in that vendor, right? 12121. You see, the street has been changed and the purchase order currency has been changed. The street has been changed from 1000 Michigan Avenue, that's the old street, and the new street is 2000 Michigan Avenue, right? Double click that and it also shows you who has changed it, on what date and what time, right? This is an important piece of functionality that you should remember, because in production there are issues that you will be solving, and this really comes in handy because master data changes don't percolate to the transaction or previously created transactions. Let me explain why. So there is a master data, right? There is a vendor. A vendor has certain set of data, payment terms, Incoterms, so on and so forth. And then there is the material. Material also has a certain set of data, like description, material number, material group, so on and so forth. When you create a purchase order with a vendor and material, one or more materials, the data here flows down to the purchase order, right? Now this, let's say, was created on 1st of January 2016. Okay. Now the purchase order is being processed, somebody is reviewing it, so on and so forth. Now if you go to the material master on the 2nd of 2016 and change some data, for example, material group, from coffee, that material is changed to flour or bakery. Will that data get reflected in the purchase order? Or a more important question is, should it be reflected? The answer is no. That data should not be reflected and will not be reflected. This is an example of a simple production issue. Somebody has changed this on 1 to 2016 and they expect to see it on the purchase order. They don't see it. Now, how do you go find out what the problem is? Well, the fundamental fact remains that master data changes don't percolate to the transactions that were created in the past. So anything that was done on the 2nd of January will not affect transactions already created. So how do you know that this field material group was changed on the 2nd of January? You go to changes, similar to how we have done in the vendor master. You go to changes and track all the changes that have been done to the material so far. And if you see that the group has been changed on the 2nd of January and the user is expecting to see that on the purchase order created on the 1st of January, that's a no-no. All right. So the point being, tracking of changes in the material master or vendor master can be done using track changes. In fact, you can go inside and do the changes also. For example, if you go to change or display, right? Environment, field changes. You can do it that way as well, right? You go double click that and then double click it and it will show you who has done the change, on what date, what time, and from and to, meaning from what has it been changed to this current data, right? That is field changes. And another point is master data trickles down into the transaction data. And it's used in the transaction data in a variety of ways. And master data changes are not reflected in the transaction data that was already created. So all future transactions created with that material master or vendor master will have the changes reflected. So all the past transactions already created before the changes in the material master or vendor master will not change. All right. And then we can block the vendor. We can block the material also. Different ways to block it, right? We have seen blocked for purchasing, blocked for BOM creation, blocked for production, right? That's using the material status. Here, you can block the vendor like this. Do you want to block the vendor for a particular purchase org, or do you want to block the vendor everywhere, right? All company codes, selected company code, all purchase organizations, selected purchase organizations, and then blocked for what? Blocked for purchase orders, blocked for purchase requisitions, blocked for source determination, or a total block. If you do a total block, you can't do anything with that vendor. Now, why would you only want to block, for example, quotation and purchase order, or just the purchase order? Again, the concept is very similar to how we have done it in the material master. You want to block, but only block them for certain specific areas of the supply chain. In the case of material master, we have discussed reasons why a material could be blocked for sales and not for anything else. Think of the iPad or the new MacBooks and iPhones. They are blocked for sales until the last moment. Nobody can create a sales order for them, right? That's their strategy. Same thing with the vendor. You can create the vendor, you can do all things with the vendor except create a purchase order because he's not ready yet. You could be creating quotations, you could be creating source determination for that, but you can't do a purchase order, right? And you'll remove that block either from one company code, say US only, or across the globe in all your offices. You could remove that block after, say, January 31st, where the vendor says he's fully functional, right? That's the reason why you have these selective blocks that control the way that vendor is being blocked, right? You can go do some examples of different kinds of blocking and try to create RFQs or purchase orders and see the effect of these different blocks, right? So I'm not going to block this vendor now, but you get the point, right? What do we have next? Flagging for deletion. You can block master data, either vendor master or material master. Why do you want to flag it for deletion? Flag for deletion. There's an important rule that you have to understand. The rule is you cannot delete master data. That's point number one. You cannot delete master data. Be it vendor, customer, material, asset, you cannot delete any of them. You can only flag for deletion. So what does the flag for deletion do? If you flag a vendor as deleted, meaning you don't need that vendor anymore, so all transactions for that vendor are blocked. Not the old transactions. The old transactions can still continue, but new transactions cannot be created. Now, why not just block the vendor and not delete them? The reason is blocking is typically a temporary step until you unblock them or delete them. The reasons could go either way. You would want to temporarily block a vendor until he is ready and then unblock him for all transactions. Typically, this is done during induction of the vendor. Now, when you want to purge the vendor from the system, you don't need him anymore, then you block him for certain transactions like creation of new purchase orders, finish all the existing transactions, and then delete that vendor or flag the vendor for deletion, right? Now, another important point you have to understand here is why is it that you cannot delete master data? The reason is linked to this slide. You see, this purchase order refers to this material or this vendor, right? So if this vendor is deleted, and that reference is important for the purchase order to appear properly on your system, right? If the purchase order refers to vendor 1000 and the 1000 vendor is not there in the system at all, then the purchase order's transaction would not know what to do or how to show that vendor. What's the name? What's the description? Right? So it leads to issues with referential constraints. So transaction is referring to a master data, so you cannot delete master data. Is there a solution? Well, the solution is complicated, but there is a solution. If you really want to delete it out of the system, there is something called as archiving. And this is typically done as a special project. You can go check DICE or Naukri and you'll see that there is archiving roles, specific archiving roles, archiving consultants needed. And there is a specific sequence in which archiving has to be done, and that's a special process. And what is archiving? Basically, you purge both the master data and the corresponding transaction data. Remember, the key is the corresponding word. Corresponding master data and transaction data. You are purging them and archiving them. And when they are being archived, they go off of the running system into a disk drive somewhere. You can still access them, but not in the same way that you access the typical transactions. A typical transaction can be accessed using, say for example, if it's a purchase order, you can access it using ME21N or ME23N. But if it is purged, that master data or transaction data cannot be accessed using the regular transaction, ME23N. It has to be accessed in a different way, and the functionality is not as full blown as the regular transaction. And why do you archive things? Remember, SAP for a company could be running for 20 years. I've seen SAP run in a company for 15 years. That's the most I have seen. And then it could accumulate so much of junk during all those 20 years, right? The line of business could change. The vendors' materials could change. Their entire direction would have changed. And they don't want to carry all that baggage. If it is 2016 and they have accumulated some vendors or materials that are totally unnecessary because they are not in line with the current business that they are doing, and it's not necessary in the database, unnecessary, purge them or archive them. Unless this is the case, typically you don't archive them because the database is pretty huge, and with the current HANA systems there's really no need for archiving. It's all there and it's very fast. And typically archiving is not done for the purposes of volume. Oh, the system is become so big, we need to archive some data or push some data off of the mainstream. That used to be the case when databases were small, but nowadays there's no reason why archiving or purging could be done, need to be done rather, because of volume. If that data doesn't make any sense in the current scenario, then you take it off the system because it confuses you with the analysis and all that. Right? So that is flagging for deletion. And then I want to talk about another important piece of functionality in master data called mass maintenance. This is available again for customer master, material master, vendor master, all different kinds of master data. What is mass maintenance? Let's say there are 10,000 vendors. Okay. And either for all of them or for a specific subset, say 1,000 vendors, you want to change a piece of data. What piece of data? For vendor master, let's say you have negotiated with 1,000 vendors that the payment terms or order currency is going to be so and so. Let's say the order currency is USD for all these 1,000 vendors, right? How do you do that change? You got to go to MK02 or XK02, open all the vendors, and then say, oh, it's whatever the currency is, change it to USD. You could do that. It requires you to go open each of the vendors 1,000 times. Instead, you could go to mass maintenance, right? Select that field. Where is that field? It's in the purchasing data. Fields. First you select the group, the view, and then you go to the field. Where is that field? Let's try to do a search. Payment. See if there's a payment term here. Oh, there's a payment method. Let's see if there's a payment term. Yeah, there you go. Payment terms, right? So you have selected vendor and then payment term. If you execute it, just ignore that warning. Here, you restrict the data set. You don't have to restrict it if you want to change it for all the data records. But if you only want to change it for, let's say, a set of vendors. If you have that 1,000 list of vendors in an Excel, you could go there and paste all of them there, like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, so on and so forth, right? Change that. And for what purchase org you want to change that data for? You want to change that data for all purchase orgs? Leave this blank. You want to change that for a specific purchase org? You can go put your purchase org. Now you can't combine specific combinations of vendors and purchase orgs, like for these vendors, this purchase org. For these vendors, this purchase org. In cases like that, you have to do this transaction twice or thrice. But still, it's a very useful transaction. Because for all these vendors, 1,000 of them that you put in this list, and for any purchase org combination that you specified, you execute it, say vendor 1003, click execute, and then this vendor 1003 has these payment terms, right? Now you want to change that to what? What is the new value? Say 0001, right? And then don't just save it now, use this button, carry out mass change. So click on the mass change button, and unless you do that, that change will not happen. So all these master records have been changed. Now click save, right? So it's doing the changes. And it says some field has to be filled up. So it looks like that vendor 1003 has not been created properly. So go back to MK02 1003 purchase org US01. So it's not created for this purchase org, it's created for, let's say, 1000. Now, and then enter. We need the purchasing data, right? Like some fields are not created here properly, so it's saying I can't change it. Which field is that? Or let's do a similar change, right? Like MK02 and select vendor 4001, right? Purchase org US01. And what do we want to change? We want to change, say, the search term from ABC Supply Company, ABC, to, XYZ, right? Let's do that. Mass maintenance, LFA1, general section, right? Then select the search term, okay. Click enter, vendor 4001. Now you see it's not asking for the purchasing data here because we selected the general view. Click OK. And from ABC, you could have n number of vendors selected there, right? X, Y, Z, and do click on that button. And now click on save. It's going to do the change. Changes have been made, right? This is not just for one vendor. Remember, you could have done it for 1000 vendors. Now, if you go to display of that vendor 4001, see that XYZ? We have done that change using mass change. And that could have been done not just for one vendor, for n number of vendors. So that is mass change. Right, that about concludes the basic features of the vendor master. Now, in the next chapter, we're going to move on to account group. The next topic is vendor sub range. Typically, this is abbreviated to VSR. If you go look in the forums or help.sap, you'll see the term VSR, vendor subrange. What is a vendor subrange and why do you use them? A vendor subrange is like having a new set of vendor data for a specific set of products. Let me explain how and why we want to do that. So this is America, Lake Michigan, and we are here somewhere, right? This is Chicago. And this is Africa, Kenya. There's a vendor here. And there is a vendor here in San Francisco. Now, let's say we are dealing with this vendor. And for all local procurement, right, anything within the US, he offers a different set of terms. And for all import from Kenya, he offers a different set of terms. What kind of terms? Well, let's take some examples. Local versus import, right? For example, the payment terms. Pay in 60 days for local, and for all import, it has to be prepay. Why? Because import is typically more risky. So for import, it has to be prepaid. That's the way the vendor wants it, right? So for local, you can send the PO straight to the vendor. But for import, he needs the PO to be sent to a special importer. A different address, basically. He is qualified to process all import orders, right? Or order currency, right? For all local, USD, and for all export, it's Euro or GBP, right? That's possible. Well, in case of US, it's the default currency, but if you're implementing something in Singapore, all import will be in USD, which is typically a global currency, and all domestic will be SGD, right? Different set of Incoterms. The freight will only be offered until the docks, not until the warehouse, in case of import. But in case of local, I'll deliver everything until your warehouse. And in case of local, there is no minimum order. You can place an order for $1,000, no problem. In case of import, you need to have at least an order value of 50K. These are all examples of situations where the type of sale determines the terms that vendor is offering. It's the same vendor, but different modes of operation from an operational perspective for a different set of materials. Imported coffee, different set of terms. Domestic, different. If you want more examples, think of import controlled materials, defense materials, or defense raw materials. They have a different set of terms. For example, if GE is building something that requires some materials that are sensitive, right? In cases like that, the same vendor might offer a different set of terms, but for regular materials, another set of terms. Think of perishable materials. Perishable materials have different set of terms, and non-perishable materials might have different set of terms. Because the business of perishable materials is different. The margins are different. Everything is different for perishable materials. And when I mean terms, it's not just payment terms, Incoterms, it's a whole lot of these data, all different kinds of purchasing data, right? Now put it on paper. So this is a vendor, right? And this is material 1, say perishable. This is material 2, that is non-perishable. You can substitute these for import versus export, or import versus domestic, any different kinds of materials. And for this combination, you need one set of data, one set of vendor data, right? Because these terms come from the vendor. And for this combination, you need another set of data. And when I mean set of data, the things that we have discussed in the previous slide, like payment terms, Incoterms, mode of delivery, so on and so forth. So what is this combination of vendor and material called? Info record, right? So it's in the info record that we specify that for non-perishable, I need this set of terms from the vendor. And for perishable, I need this set of terms from the vendor. Or vendor is forcing us with that set of terms. So that is why you specify the sub-range in the info record. And the vendor needs to have all these different sets of data maintained separately, and that is called vendor sub-range. So let's look at vendor sub-range in action. So go to SPRO, IMG, Logistics General, Business Partner, and Vendors. Go to Control, Define Account Group. Now if you double click on any account group, you'll see that there's a check mark here called the vendor range relevance. Only when you check this on will vendor ranges or vendor sub ranges be relevant for that account group. right? So what we are going to do is create a new account group as a copy of Z or 0001, the standard account group, and then hit enter. Make sure that vendor subrange is relevant. Typically, out of a standard IDES system, for 0001 account group, vendor subrange is not checked on as relevant. If it is not, in your custom account group, go check that on. Without that, you won't get vendor subranges. All right, save it. Get good there. Okay, go back. Now, if you go create a vendor, I'll show you there's a problem. MK01 and then say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, US01 and account group Z100. Okay, say US or Canada, enter. Order currency is USD, say, right? Then here, if you hit enter, it says enter a partner number. What do you enter here? That does not work, right? There's a problem here. What is the problem? For vendor account group Z100, this partner or partner function VN is not supported. Now, I don't want you to break your head over it, because in partner determination schema, we are going to cover what is a partner function, what are partner determination scheme, how to assign that to the vendor account group, so on and so forth. For now, I just want you to do a small fix and not worry about why you're doing that fix. Just do that fix and then we can go ahead, proceed with the vendor subranges. But like I said, in one of the later set of chapters, we'll talk in detail about partner determination. And in that chapter, we'll discuss all about partner functions in as much detail as possible. So go to purchasing, material management purchasing, and search for partner determination. It's somewhere down below. So go select that. And select partner roles and select define permissible partner roles per account group. Okay. So select new entries, partner function VN for vendor, and account group Z100. So this is a warning. Just ignore that. And save. Now this is an entry that I want you to make without thinking too much. Don't worry why you're making that entry. Like I said, when we discuss partner determination, we are going to understand everything about partners. Now let's go ahead and create our vendor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And some test vendor. And then somewhere in US, right? Enter. And order currency is, of course, USD. Terms of payment is, what kind of terms of payment shall we use? So 004, 14 days, 3% cash. So we can pay the vendor in 14 days. And Incoterms is freight free until the plant. And there's no minimum order value. Everything else would remain the same. Click OK. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vendor. Save it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vendor is saved. Right? Now open the same vendor, MK01 or 02, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Select purchasing data, click enter. This is where you enter sub ranges. If this is not enabled, you have to click on extras, sub ranges. So click on sub ranges, and here you have to create the sub ranges. For our scenario, we can do import versus export because we have discussed that scenario, right? Import is import from Canada, and all domestic is sourced from within the country. So by default, everything could be domestic, and only when the scenario is import do we need to have a different set of vendor master for those materials. So we can just have one vendor subrange, call it import, hit enter, right? Now go back and go to alternate data, and it says no alternate data has been maintained yet. You want to create one? Yes. And in that, go select import. So what we are essentially doing here is creating a different set of purchasing vendor master data for import scenarios. Click OK. And let's say the currency is EUR, right? And we have to immediately pay the vendor because it's an import scenario. And the Incoterms is costs and freight, right? And then there's also a minimum order value of 50,000. Okay, you see that? There is purchasing data maintained for the import vendor subrange. Save it. Changes has been saved. Now if you go back, go to alternate data, you can see what kind of alternate data has been maintained for this vendor. In this case, alternate data has been maintained for import. You can see that from the check mark here, purchasing data. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the vendor. So what have we done here? We have created a vendor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And for that vendor, we have maintained a sub-range called import. And for import, we have maintained a different set of data. What set of data? Order currency, payment term, Incoterm, minimum order value. Right? Now, for one kind of material, say coffee beans 01, let's have one set of terms, the regular set of terms. And for coffee beans 02, we'll have the imported set of terms in this info record. How are we going to maintain that? As usually, go to logistics, material management, purchasing, and then in master data info record, let's go create a new info record for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for coffee beans 01, US 01, plant Chicago, same plant, right? And then click OK. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. Okay. I'm not going to specify a vendor subrange here because this is the plain vanilla vendor data. Hit enter. Standard quantity is 5. Planned delivery time is 5 days. And the net price is $10. Okay. Enter. 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 Save. Yes. Now, if you go create a purchase order with vendor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, coffee beans 01, what do you get? You get the standard set of terms, whatever has been maintained in the vendor master or overridden in the info record. Now, for coffee beans O2, let's go create the specific set of import terms. Right? What are they? Say this is 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. Right? And then here we're going to maintain the vendor subrange. See, because we have specified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the vendor, in the drop down, it has automatically picked up that subrange. Enter. Okay. And then planned delivery time is 5 days. Standard quantity 5. Net price is what's the net price? Say $12 because it's imported. Enter, 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 save. Okay. Now we're gonna create purchase order ME21N against vendor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Enter. Coffee beans O1, quantity 1. Contract exists, that's fine. Now let's go to the header and check out what kind of terms we have. The payment terms is 004, 14 days, 30 days, 60 days, and then Incoterms is CPT, currency is USD. If you remember the vendor /OMK03, vendor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, purchasing data, enter. Do you see the terms there? They kind of match, right? 0004, payment terms, CPT, Incoterms, and USD as the order currency. So everything that's there in the vendor master is being copied over. And if you have put some kind of override in the info record, that will be copied over too. All right. Now you can save it, do the procurement, pay the bill. Now, this time we're going to create a purchase order for the same vendor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Instead, choose the material coffee beans O2, quantity of 1. Okay. Now, we have just changed the material. The vendor has remained the same. What happened? It has chosen a different set of data, right? What is the Incoterms here in the vendor master? CPT. In the purchase order, it's CFR. USD is the currency in the vendor master. What's the currency here? EUR. Where did it pick it up from? It picked it up from the vendor subrange. So this is the vendor master, right? And this data does not match because for the material that we have picked up, the info record says choose a different set of vendor subrange data. So where is that data coming from? Go to alternate data on the vendor master, and for import subrange, double click that, and now the data should match. Same vendor, but the currency is euro. Yes, it's euro. And the terms of payment is 0001. Yes, you got that. The Incoterms is CFR. Minimum order value is 50,000, so on and so forth. Right? We didn't check the minimum order value yet, but the rest of the data is matching. Right? You see that? The data is now matching. Because the subrange is IMP. Now, how about the minimum order value? Let's do a check. Save it. And there is some messages that has been issued. Click on edit and you see that order value below the minimum order value, right? That means your order value should be increased by, let's say, £1,000 would do, maybe not. £10,000 would do, probably yes, because 10,000 multiplied by 12 is going to be a big number, much bigger than 50,000, right? So standard PO created, fine. All this happened because for the purchase info record that we have created for Coffee Beans 02, we have specified the vendor sub-range. You want to go see that again. For Coffee Beans 02, this is the key. This is what has made all the difference. This is what triggered the vendor sub-range. This is what has triggered the vendor sub-range. This is the key. So this is the purchase info record, and the purchase info record vendor sub-range has triggered for that material that the purchase order use data from the vendor sub-range as opposed to the vendor's main master data. So think of this as the import scenario because it's Coffee Beans 02, and this is the regular domestic scenario. The data for domestic comes straight from the vendor master. The data for import comes from the sub-range import. So this is import. The previous one was domestic. And what triggered this? The purchase info records vendor sub-range. Now, if you have observed the vendor master, info record, and material master, how they work pretty closely, you might have a question here. You see, here is our vendor master, and we have maintained sub-ranges, meaning alternate set of vendor master data for import versus domestic scenario. And here we have a material that's domestic, and here we have a material that's imported, right? For this combination, there is one info record, and for this combination, there is another info record. So the domestic is the standard scenario, right? So this is basically what we have here is domestic data. And here in the sub-range, we have imported data or any other combination of vendor master data that we want to be different. So this is all domestic, standard domestic info record. So you don't specify anything there in the info record, but I'm just specifying that as an FYI. But over here, we specify that the VSR equals imported. And that's how we specify that the vendor for this material use the vendor sub-range data for imported vendor sub-range. The question that you should have got at this point is, the info record is supposed to supersede or override the data that's coming either from the material master or the vendor master, right? For example, there is delivery tolerance here. You specify a delivery tolerance of 10 days here. You specify a delivery tolerance of 12 days here. This will supersede the master data, right? So in cases like that, for example, if this material is imported and you want to have a different set of data than the standard, why don't you specify that here instead of maintaining a separate vendor? or a vendor sub-range. Why did SAP design this in such a way that you have to maintain different versions of vendor data rather than specifying it in the material info record or purchase info record? The reason is, number one, this is not a very widely used scenario. Okay? It's not always used. Number two, the info record only has a certain number of fields. For example, it does not have partner function data. It does not have payment terms. It does not have all the data that you have at the vendor master. And in such cases where you want to have different sets of data like partner function payment terms, it is not possible using the standard info record. Now, you might be wondering, why did SAP not design the info record to also include partner function and payment terms? The reason is simple. This scenario is not a commonly done scenario, the vendor sub-range. So it doesn't make sense to overload the info record to have all these possible scenarios. There are other reasons, but the point being, info record is not place for everything in the vendor master to be there. It just controls critical pieces of information that's a combination of both the vendor and material. We'll talk more about the info record in the next set of chapters. What do we have next? Flagging for deletion. You can block master data, either vendor master or material master. Why do you want to flag it for deletion? Flag for deletion. There's an important rule that you have to understand. The rule is you cannot delete master data. That's point number one. You cannot delete master data. Be it vendor, customer, material, asset, you cannot delete any of them. You can only flag for deletion. So what does the flag for deletion do? If you flag a vendor as deleted, meaning you don't need that vendor anymore, so all transactions for that vendor are blocked. Not the old transactions. The old transactions can still continue, but new transactions cannot be created. Now, why not just block the vendor and not delete them? The reason is blocking is typically a temporary step until you unblock them or delete them. The reasons could go either way. You would want to temporarily block a vendor until he is ready and then unblock him for all transactions. Typically, this is done during induction of the vendor. Now, when you want to purge the vendor from the system, you don't need him anymore, then you block him for certain transactions like creation of new purchase orders, finish all the existing transactions, and then delete that vendor or flag the vendor for deletion. Right? Now, another important point you have to understand here is why is it that you cannot delete master data? The reason is linked to this slide. You see, this purchase order refers to this material or this vendor, right? So if this vendor is deleted, and that reference is important for the purchase order to appear properly on your system, right? If the purchase order refers to vendor 1000 and the 1000 vendor is not there in the system at all, then the purchase order's transaction would not know what to do or how to show that vendor. What's the name? What's the description? right? So it leads to issues with referential constraints. So transaction is referring to a master data, so you cannot delete master data. Is there a solution? Well, the solution is complicated, but there is a solution. If you really want to delete it out of the system, there is something called as archiving. And this is typically done as a special project. You can go check DICE or Naukri and you'll see that there is archiving roles, specific archiving roles, archiving consultants needed. And there is a specific sequence in which archiving has to be done, and that's a special process. And what is archiving? Basically, you purge both the master data and the corresponding transaction data. Remember, the key is the corresponding word. Corresponding master data and transaction data. You are purging them and archiving them. And when they are being archived, they go off of the running system into a disk drive somewhere. You can still access them, but not in the same way that you access the typical transactions. A typical transaction can be accessed using, say for example, if it's a purchase order, you can access it using ME21N or ME23N. But if it is purged, that master data or transaction data cannot be accessed using the regular transaction, ME23N. It has to be accessed in a different way, and the functionality is not as full-blown as the regular transaction. And why do you archive things? Remember, SAP for a company could be running for 20 years. I've seen SAP run in a company for 15 years. That's the most I have seen. And then it could accumulate so much of junk during all those 20 years, right? The line of business could change. The vendors' materials could change. Their entire direction would have changed. And they don't want to carry all that baggage. If it is 2016 and they have accumulated some vendors or materials that are totally unnecessary because they're not in line with the current business that they're doing. And it's not necessary in the database. Unnecessary. Purge them or archive them. Unless this is the case, typically you don't archive them because the database is pretty huge, and with the current HANA systems, there's really no need for archiving. It's all there and it's very fast. And typically archiving is not done for the purposes of volume. Oh, the system is becomes so big, we need to archive some data or push some data off of the mainstream. That used to be the case when databases were small, but nowadays there's no reason why archiving or purging could be done, need to be done rather, because of volume. If that data doesn't make any sense in the current scenario, then you take it off the system because it confuses you with the analysis and all that. Right? So that is flagging for deletion. And then I want to talk about another important piece of functionality in master data called mass maintenance. This is available again for customer master, material master, vendor master, all different kinds of master data. What is mass maintenance? Let's say there are 10,000 vendors. Okay. And either for all of them or for a specific subset, say 1,000 vendors, you want to change a piece of data. What piece of data? For vendor master, let's say you have negotiated with 1,000 vendors that the payment terms or order currency is going to be so and so. Let's say the order currency is USD for all these 1,000 vendors, right? How do you do that change? You got to go to MK02 or XK02, open all the vendors, and then say, oh, it's whatever the currency is, change it to USD. You could do that. It requires you to go open each of the vendors 1,000 times. Instead, you could go to mass maintenance, right? Select that field. Where is that field? It's in the purchasing data. Fields. First you select the group, the view, and then you go to the field. Where is that field? Let's try to do a search. Payment. See if there's a payment term here. Oh, there's a payment method. Let's see if there's a payment term. Yeah, there you go. Payment terms, right? So you have selected vendor and then payment term. If you execute it, just ignore that warning. Here, you restrict the data set. You don't have to restrict it if you want to change it for all the data records. But if you only want to change it for, let's say, a set of vendors. If you have that 1,000 list of vendors in an Excel, you could go there and paste all of them there, like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, so on and so forth, right? Change that. And for what purchase org you want to change that data for. You want to change that data for all purchase orgs, leave this blank. You want to change that for a specific purchase org, you can go put your purchase org. Now you can't combine specific combinations of vendors and purchase orgs, like for these vendors, this purchase org, for these vendors, this purchase org. In cases like that, you have to do this transaction twice or thrice. But still, it's a very useful transaction, because for all these vendors, 1,000 of them that you put in this list, and for any purchase org combination that you specified, you execute it. Say vendor 1003, click execute. And then this vendor 1003 has these payment terms, right? Now you want to change that to what? What is the new value? Say 0001, right? And then don't just save it now. Use this button, carry out mass change. So click on the mass change button, and unless you do that, that change will not happen. So all these master records have been changed. Now click save, right? So it's doing the changes. And it says some field has to be filled up. So it looks like that vendor 1003 has not been created properly. So go back to MK02 1003 purchase org US01. So it's not created for this purchase org, it's created for, let's say, 1000. I don't know. And then enter. We need the purchasing data, right? Like some fields are not created here properly. So it's saying I can't change it. Which field is that? Or let's do a similar change, right? Like MK02 and select vendor 4001, right? Purchase org US01. And what do we want to change? We want to change, say, the search term from ABC Supply Company, ABC, to, XYZ, right? Let's do that. Mass maintenance, LFA1, general section, right? And then select the search term, okay. Click enter, vendor 4001. Now you see it's not asking for the purchasing data here because we selected the general view. Click OK. And from ABC, you could have n number of vendors selected there, right? X, Y, Z, and do click on that button. And now click on save. It's going to do the change. Changes have been made, right? This is not just for one vendor. Remember, you could have done it for 1000 vendors. Now, if you go to display of that vendor 4001, see that XYZ? We have done that change using mass change. And that could have been done not just for one vendor, for n number of vendors. So that is mass change. Right, that about concludes the basic features of the vendor master. Now In the next chapter, we're going to move on to account group. The next topic is one-time vendor. This is a topic that's available in the customer master too. One-time customer. Similarly, one-time vendor. What is a one-time vendor? A one-time vendor is a partner or a vendor where we are only doing business once. For example, you're doing a marketing campaign. It could be flyers, it could be an ad in Google, anything like that. You just want to see if it works or not. So you pick up a vendor, right? A vendor that can do that service for you. And you know that you're only going to do it once. In cases like that, there's no need to create a brand new vendor master, put all the details in, his bank details, his control details, all that stuff. There's no need to put all that stuff in. It's cumbersome. Instead, you can create a one-time vendor, which is a much simplified version of the vendor. How simplified is it? Basically, it does not have address data. It does not have bank data, right? It has a separate recon account. There's no control data. So a one-time vendor is vastly different from a standard vendor. How? Well, let's see it in action, right? So where is our vendor? Vendor, purchasing, create. Or rather, let's create the vendor centrally. Okay, vendor. Now what I'm going to do is show you the vendor creation side by side for two vendors. So this is vendor 1. So, and this is vendor 2. All right. On the right hand side, we have a one-time vendor. On the left hand side, we have a standard vendor. You could use Z100 or you could use just 0001. Right? For one-time vendor, use CPD. Okay? And company code is US01. Company code here is US012. And for vendor, we're going to pick an external number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think this uses internal number range. Let's check that. Yes, it does. Let's check this. Everything is okay. Now, so far, it looks the same, right? So this is a regular vendor. This is a one-time vendor. RV, regular vendor, one-time vendor. Both are in US, let's say. Okay, hit enter. Hit enter. Do you see that? This is what I meant by lack of control data in the one-time vendor. For example, there is no tax numbers, right? There is no tax office. There's no VAT registration number, right? There's no proof of delivery. There's no industry code. There's no location. None of this stuff is there, right? Click OK. Click OK. And then there's no bank data, right? Bank key, bank account, account holder, blah, blah, blah. That's not there. Recon account. A recon account is required. For example, we're going to use the standard payable. But for one-time vendors, you use a special recon account. Now, why do we use a special recon account? That's something that we can discuss at a later point when we come to account determination, etc., etc. And again, here, there is so much of data that's missing, right? It's not required. and there's no dunning data, right? There's no dunning data. And here in the purchasing data, this order currency, okay, you can put an order currency. And then you can put rest of the stuff also, but that's not required, right? Save it, save it. So 100223 is the internal vendor, and 10123456 is the regular vendor. Now what have we seen so far? We have seen that there's a separate account group for one-time vendors, right? Let me make a note of that vendor, 100223. This is a one-time vendor, and 12346 is a regular vendor. And what were the differences that we have seen? Mainly with bank data, no control data. These are the main key differences. Apart from that, we also use a separate recon account. There's basically, we don't care too much about the address details, so on and so forth. Now let's create a purchase order, ME21N, with this new vendor. What's the new vendor? 10023. 100223. Okay, this is a one-time vendor, and let's create a coffee beans, quantity 1 or 10, whatever. Because it's a new vendor, it doesn't have the purchasing data. Okay. Contracts exist, scheduling agreement exists, we are all good there. Click save. Oops. Please maintain the vendor's address. Okay. Where do we maintain the vendor's address? So go to the address section and then enter a name. The name that we have entered in the vendor master is being overwritten here because it knows that it's a one-time vendor, and you need to override it with a different set of data. Here we can specify that it's Smith and Company, some street and some city, Chicago, right? US country, some telephone, some details, right? Now let's save it again. Standard PO 451. The PO is created. Let's make a copy of that. Go to MyGo. MyGo would not be much different because it's just receiving the goods. Do a goods receipt against the purchase order. In coffee storage location, click item OK. Check if everything is OK and then save that PO. Document is OK. Save it. All right. Now, against the same PO, let's do an invoice receipt. MIRO. So this is your invoice date, and put the purchase order number in there. The amount is for $10, right? So enter the amount, $10. Specify payment baseline date. Let's say it's today. And everything looks green. Now let's save it. Here it's asking you for the bank details. What's the bank account? What's the bank reference? What's the tax number? What's the other control parameters that are typically coming from the vendor master, right? You can enter all the bank details here and then save it, and your invoice will be posted. So why are these details required? These details are required because we did not specify them in the vendor master of a one-time vendor. Now, let's cancel this, go back. And can you use this one-time vendor again? Yes. That's the idea of creating a one-time vendor. You create a one-time vendor, 102223, and use it again and again anytime you're going to do business with a vendor just once. It could be a marketing campaign. You're only going to run it once and you're only going to deal with that vendor once. Use a one-time vendor, 100223. You can use a one-time vendor for a sample food that you are obtaining from some company that you're only going to use once. Right? You can use the same vendor for any activity where you're not going to do business with that vendor again and again and again. If you are going to do business with that vendor again, you could create a new vendor master for that with all the bank details, all the purchasing details, all the correct address details, so on and so forth. The standard vendor. If not, you can just create a one-time vendor. Use that vendor again and again and again. And anytime you use that, the additional details that we skipped during the vendor master creation of the one-time vendor has to be entered at the appropriate time in the purchasing cycle. For example, what is that data? Address data. We enter that in the purchase order. We don't typically do that for a regular vendor, right? It's all there in the vendor master and it flows down into the purchase order. But for one-time vendor, there's no address, or the address that's mentioned there is just junk. It doesn't matter because the vendor is different every time for one-time vendor. Same with bank details. It's a new vendor. His bank details need to be entered during the invoice settlement. So in terms of configuration, let's go to SPRO, IMG, Logistics General, Business Partner, Vendors, Control. Like I said, the standard one-time vendor with internal number assignment is CPD or CPDL. So if you go inside CPD, this is the key that differentiates a one-time vendor from a non-one-time vendor. A one-time vendor has this checked on. And when you go to partner determination, you'll also see that these schemas are not available for one-time partners. At this point, you don't know what this partner determination schema does, so don't worry about it. And also the data here, like company code data, general data, most of the data might be suppressed. See, most of the data is in the suppressed section. It's not needed for one-time vendor. But like I said, the key parameter is that it should be marked as a one-time account. So you can go to any account group, copy it, like the way we have created Z100 from 0001. You can copy it and mark that as a one-time vendor, and it becomes a one-time vendor. It displays all the characteristics of a one-time vendor. It might have all these fields checked on to non-suppress, but you can go and suppress them anytime you want. But the key point is that if you want a vendor to be a one-time vendor, check the one-time account on. And the final topic in the vendor master is if fields can be suppressed at the account group level versus purchase org specific level versus transaction dependent level. So we are going to basically talk about field groups or field statuses, which means which fields can be suppressed and which fields can be hidden, or which fields can be made mandatory, optional, so on and so forth at 3 levels. At the account group level, this we have already seen. And also, not just at the account group plus purchase org specific level. Meaning, for US purchase org, same account group, we're going to suppress some fields. And for India purchase org, same account group, we are not going to suppress some fields. Another option is transaction dependent. This is very rarely used. I'm going to explain it, but it's not really needed. And if you want, try and avoid it. I've never used that. So we know what this does, right? An account group controls the field status groups, and the field status groups control how each field is displayed. The standard example is the account group 001 controls these field status groups: general data, company code data, purchasing data. And if you go inside any of that field status groups, you select a group of fields and then you start controlling whether they should appear or not appear, right? But I'm saying that SAP is giving an option to control it both just at the account group level and also at the account group purchase org specific level. Now, why would you want to do this? Let me give you an example. This is an example for this scenario. Say, for example, we are a global coffee company. We are operating in the US and we are operating in India, both areas, right? So US is US01 purchase org, India is IN01. This is the purchase org. In some countries, it might be necessary to ask for certain fields, right? For example, in India in 2017, there's going to be introduction of new tax bill called GST. We don't know what documentation is required for GST. Maybe apart from the standard tax number, there might be an additional tax number that's required. Now for US, for the same account group, you're not going to need that tax number. Another example. Say in the US, most of the payments are done electronically. And in India, the payment terms are always going to be standard, a fixed set of payment terms. Or vice versa, either way. So the payment terms is compulsory in the US because they could be different. But in India, it's not compulsory. You can either make it optional or you can totally suppress it. Enter it at the time of purchase order creation. You don't want to be creating new account groups. That's going to cause more complication. Because the requirement is specific to one purchase org, you can customize the vendor master in such a way that a particular field can be suppressed or enabled at a particular purchase org level. Now, there is a constraint here that you have to work with. If it is suppressed here, you cannot enable it here. However, the opposite is possible, meaning if it is enabled here, you can suppress it here. That is possible. So visibility is given lowest preference, meaning if it is enabled at the higher level, the account group level, you can keep suppressing them at the purchase org specific levels. But if a field is suppressed at the account group level, you cannot enable it at the purchase org level. So basically, again, this is not something that you use all the time. But if you want to have purchase org specific fields to be enabled, you can use that. Typically, this is done for legal reasons, convenience reasons, or other business reasons. Legal is like maintaining a separate tax code at one purchase org or one country code versus the other. Business reasons is, in the US, we don't need to capture payment terms, they're optional, but in India, they need to be captured, or vice versa. Convenience reasons could also be possible. Like, the vendor needs to be treated differently in one purchase org or one country compared to the other country. For Canada, you maintain separate set of data in the vendor master. Sure, you can do that. You can create additional fields or use the existing fields and suppress them in US because they are not required, and enable them in Canada because they are required. So we have created our own customer account group, right? Z100. So go there, then say general data or purchasing data, because we can't do this enablement for non-purchasing data. This is purchase data specific, right? Say for example, terms of payment is an optional entry, generally speaking. Okay, but go back and go to screen layout specific to purchase organization, right? And then select that and click copy as and say US 01. Okay, and for US 01 purchasing data, terms of payment is a required entry. Okay, save this. Now go back and I'll show you the difference. So if you go to MK01, creation of vendor, and use Z100 for US 01, right? It uses an external number assignment. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Enter. And then test. We're not going to save this anyway. And enter. Now terms of payment is made mandatory because we have specified a different set of conditions for purchase org US 01. Right? Terms of payment is mandatory. USD or order currency is anyway mandatory. So for terms of payment, this has been made mandatory now. Now, let's try and create this for any other purchase org, and it should not be asking us to enter the terms of payment, right? So instead of US 01, let's do 3000 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Enter and say test. US, enter. Then you see that it's not asking you to enter the terms of payment by default. You have to enter the US currency, and that's it. Field is not mandatory. This is how you can enable certain fields to be either mandatory or optional at a specific purchase org level. And like I said, whether you can suppress it at a purchase org level or not, or whether you can re-enable a field that's already suppressed in the account group, are both two different things. One is possible, one is not. So generally, anything that's suppressed at the account group level cannot be enabled at a purchase org specific level. In this section, we'll talk about info records. We have already seen info records at the very beginning of the course. Now, with the renewed knowledge, we're going to recap info records and then see what kind of customization is possible on info records. So what is an info record? An info record is a combination of material and vendor. Example, a vendor that supplies a particular material supplies it at what price, what ordering units, whether he can supply it as a standard material or a subcontracting material or a consignment material, what is his specific vendor material number, so on and so forth. To put it in pictures, it goes something like this. This is our material, right? It could be coffee beans, it could be anything. And then we have our vendor here. And then we have the info record. Material and vendor are examples of the basic kinds of master data. In SAP, there are 4 different kinds of master data. Overall, in all the modules put together: materials, customers, vendors, assets. Assets is something that's used in finance. Customers is something that's used in SD CRM. Vendors is something that's used in SRM. And material is a master data that's used across the board. Now, info record is a specific master data that's used only in purchasing. In sales, they use a different info record. It's called customer material info record. The point being, these are secondary master records that are used in specific modules, and they don't have as much importance as the main master data. Also, in one of the previous chapters, we have seen that master data flows down to the transactions. For example, this is the master data, right? Vendor plus material. And what kind of transactions do you do with that? You create a purchase order. You create purchase orders, scheduling agreements, contracts, any kind of purchasing transaction. And like I said, data goes from the master data and sits in the transaction. Right? So what kind of data goes and sits in the transaction? For example, from the material, let's see what goes in to the transaction. Things like texts. What are texts? Texts are small little pieces of information that sit in the material master, and when you create a purchase order for that transaction, it goes and sits in the purchase order. For example, if there is special instructions for a material, this material needs to be packed in this way, or this material needs to be stored in this way, and you want to let the vendor know, you put a text in the material master, purchasing view, general view, and then when you create a purchase order, the text goes and sits there. Now, we have seen this example at the very beginning of the course. And then, when we cover text determination in one of the later chapters, we're going to cover texts in very great detail. All right, and then we have purchasing group. We know what's a purchasing group, right? It's available in the purchasing view of the material master. And then we have planned delivery time. How long does it take for the material generally to be delivered to us? That's generally used in planning, but it's also used in the purchase order to arrive at the delivery date. If we order today, when do we get the material? Right? And then we have ordering unit. How is this material ordered? Is this material ordered in pounds or kilos or tons? Delivery tolerance. We have seen tolerances already. Remember? It dictates by how much we can deviate from the standard delivery quantity. Is it okay if the vendor delivers 10% less or 10% more? Right? These are all some of the data that sits in the material master and flows down into the purchase order. The yellow shows the material master data. And then in green, let's talk about the data that comes from the vendor master. What comes from the vendor master? Incoterms, texts, address, so on and so forth. Right? Again, this comes and sits in the purchase order. And when I mean purchase order, I could mean purchase order, contract, scheduling agreement, right? Now, What does the info record do? Info record is basically an override plus some info, additional info that neither the material nor the vendor has. So it plays both roles. It provides additional information. On top of that, it can also do an override. For example, if you think about, say, delivery tolerance, there is a delivery tolerance here in the vendor master, and that delivery tolerance can be overridden here. For example, there is a delivery tolerance of 10% specified in the material master. But for this vendor, say ABC Foods and Coffee, the delivery tolerance is not 10%, it's 15%, 8%, whatever different percentage you want. When you create the purchase order for that material and vendor combination, remember, a material and vendor combination is what's in info record. And data from the info record also goes into the purchase order, right? And when it goes there, it supersedes the data that's coming from either the vendor or the material. This supersedes or overrides material master or vendor master data. Right? That's the concept behind info record. It's an override plus it's additional info that's not available either in the context of the material or vendor. Example, material is $10. $10 from whom? $10 from one vendor. And you can't specify that either in the material master or in the vendor master. You can only specify that using a combination of material and vendor in the info record. Right? That's one example of maintaining data or info through a combination of material and vendor. And an example of superseding is delivery tolerance. Delivery tolerance is 10% in the material master, and you override that in the info record with any percentage you want. It's not just delivery tolerance. You can override ordering unit. You can override text. You can override confirmation control. Also, you can specify what type of info record this is. Is it a standard? Is it a subcontracting? Is it a consignment? That's something you can't specify in either of the other material masters or vendor masters. You can also specify something called as vendor material number. I'm calling it VMN because I don't have space here, but it's not called VMN in general. Vendor material number. We'll talk about that. So the big picture I want you to take away from this screen is that there's master data that goes and sits in the purchase order or purchasing transactions. And an info record contains additional information that can be used for purchasing. And without info record, you can't really create a purchase order because price and other sensitive information that is really necessary for a purchase order is available only in the info record. On top of that, you can also supersede certain information that's coming from either of the material or vendor master data. Now, you already know what texts are, what delivery tolerances are, we have what Incoterms are. We have already seen all of this stuff. We've already seen the types of info records, standard, consignment, subcontracting, when we have covered the respective scenarios. Vendor material number. This is the only thing that we have not seen so far. So we'll create an order, create an info record, and see how vendor material number works. So where do you create the info record? Logistics, material management, purchasing, master data, info record. Let's create a new info record for say 4001 material coffee beans O02, let's say, and purchase org US01 plant Chicago 1, and we are going to create an info record of type standard. This might already exist. That's fine. So this is the vendor material number. Okay. Now what is the use of a vendor material number? Let me put something here and I'll show you an example. CB02. Okay. I'm just putting a text here, CB02, and then hitting enter. Plan delivery time 5. These are all the overrides I was talking about. Channel delivery quantity 5 and price of $12. Doesn't matter. You can put a text here if you want, like text. This is perishable, seal tight, right? And then you could have more text like that, right? Enter, save it, purchasing info record saved. Now let's go create a purchase order. ME21N and standard purchase order with vendor 4001. All right, and the material is coffee beans O2 quantity 10 in the Chicago plant. Right, the price was picked up $12. How do you know that the price was picked up from the material info record? Because you can go and see that info record here somewhere. This is the info record that we should have just created. If not, you can go and verify. Now go to the material data. Do you see that? CB02. What is this doing here and what's the effect of it? So we're talking about vendor material number. What is a vendor material number? Let me give you an example. Say we go to Walmart or any retail store, and Walmart calls milk as what? If you go look at the bill, right? Milk might be called MLK 2PC, right? And it might be called, let's say the brand is Danone, right? DM. MLK 2PC DM. That's what Walmart calls milk 2% brand Danone. What do you call it? You don't go and ask for MLK 2PC DM, right? You don't do that. You say, I want, or you go pick up milk, but if you were to ask for it, it would be called milk Danone 2%, right? You don't say MLK 2PC DM. Similarly, for the same material, you might have a different name, you being the ordering party, the buyer, and the seller, vendor in this case, might call it differently. Another example, think of Apple. When you go place a PO and ask for iPhone, 64 GB, whatever model, Apple might refer to it as 520132, a material number, right? So who does the mapping between the way you call that product, the same product, and between the way the vendor, the supplier, calls that product? If there were a common name, there is no need for that. But materials could be having different names depending on who the vendor is. Well, in the case of Apple, I don't need to call it iPhone 64 GB. I could call it 520132 because Apple is the only supplier of iPhone. But look at it in the context of the entire market. Well, if you are buying directly from Apple, you could call it 520132, right? But Apple could be selling this to Best Buy. Apple could be selling this to Walmart. Apple could be selling this to somebody else. And they have their own material masters. They don't need to always call it 520132. They have, if they follow an external number range, they'll use some nomenclature. If they follow internal number range, they can't use Apple's number range. They'll use their own number range. Now, if you are going to their site and ordering, what do you want to call it? You want to call it something else, right? You don't know what you want to call. I'm not talking about a retail scenario here. I'm talking about a wholesale scenario. Your company creates a purchase order and sends it to Best Buy, and you are going to create that purchase order with what material? You want Apple iPhone 64 GB, and that's what you're going to create as a material and send in the purchase order. You don't know what Apple is going to call it. You don't know what Best Buy is going to call it. But if you are doing regularly the same business again and again and again, in cases like that, it's easy if you have the translation with you. If you are always buying iPhones from Best Buy, that's a preferred vendor, and Best Buy calls iPhone as 410142, you call it iPhone 64 GB, whatever model. You could specify the mapping between this and what your vendor calls it, 410142, in the info record for material iPhone plus vendor Best Buy. This is the info record, and you're going to call that material as iPhone 64 GB. That's the material number, right? With vendor material number as 410142. This is the vendor material number. And you're going to map it with what you're going to call it internally. This mapping between your material number, what you call it internally, and what the vendor calls it, is mapped in the info record, purchasing info record. Now, what kind of customization is possible in info records? There is very minimal customization. One is number ranges. So whenever you create an info record, a number will be generated, right? You can specify what kind of number ranges should be used. Well, what's the point in using different number ranges if there is only one type of info record? Well, there are two types of info records, right? One is info record for materials, and another is info record for material groups. For each of these, you can have either an internal number range or an external number range. The second is screen layout. This is similar to the field selection group that we have seen either in the material master or the vendor master. What can you do there? You can go suppress fields. You can go make fields as display, optional, mandatory, that kind of stuff. And then you can customize the texts. And of course, you can mark for deletion or do any kind of mass maintenance. But in terms of configuration, this is all you can do. So let's go see what is possible in SPRO, IMG, material management, purchasing info records. Then we have number ranges. Like discussed, there are two types of info records. One is for stock materials, standard purchase info records. Another is for non-stock materials using material groups. You can create a number range, one external and one internal. And you can create more, just like the way you did it in the material master. You can't go and create or insert a new interval range here. That's not possible, because for a purchase info record type, either standard or group based, you can only have one internal and one external. If you delete this, for example, let me delete this. If you delete this, oops, now you should be able to go create an interval, right? But there's no point in deleting it, so I'm not deleting anything. You know what number ranges are, right? Do you want to see the changes? No. And then we have a screen layout. This is where you create the layout for creation, change, or display. For example, if you want to do some changes in the creation screen, so you go there and you start maintaining the different controls. Like, is it a required entry? Is it an optional entry? So on and so forth, right? Now, this is exactly similar to how we have seen the vendor master or the material master. These are called field selection groups, and each field selection group is associated to a set of fields. Like, for example, basic data is associated with these fields, and that particular field can be made either display or optional, right? And you can keep moving through these different field selection groups, and you can see all the different fields that are available in that field selection group. And that's all that's there in purchase info record. There is texts, but we'll cover that in a later chapter. So far in configuration, we have covered master data. We have covered vendor master, material master customization, and info records. Now we're going to move on to document types and item categories. Document types and item categories. When you create a purchase order or a contract or a scheduling agreement, any kind of document that's a purchasing document, there are three key parameters that control how that item behaves. Not just the entire document, how that item behaves. Think of this as the header, and these are the line items, right? So we have M01 or coffee beans or whatever materials. Over here we have a little drop down where you select the document type. So this is item number 1. What does the document type tell you? It talks about the overall business process. Talks about the context in which we are doing that business. Are we doing a stock transfer? Are we doing a scheduling agreement, a quotation, a contract, a PO? So I'll write some examples here. Are we doing a stock transfer order? Are we doing a scheduling agreement? Are we doing a quotation? Are we doing a contract? So on and so forth. The second parameter is item category. What is an item category? We have seen item categories for subcontracting. We have seen item categories for surveys. We have seen item categories for limits. They control how that specific line item behaves. So in the context of, say, a purchase order, a regular purchase order, one item could be a subcontracting item, Another item could be a service item. Another item could be a limit item. So the item category controls how the line item behaves. So think of this as procurement type. Again, within the context of the document type. So in the same document type, the document type sets the business process, overall business process. And within that overall business process, the item category could differentiate one item from the other. And number 3 is the account assignment. What does the account assignment tell you? Tells you who the item is procured for. Is it procured against a cost center? Is it procured against an asset? So basically, who is eating the cost of this? Right? So these 3 things together, document type, item category, account assignment, dictate how the line item behave. It's the combination that dictates how the line item behaves, not just one of those. And each of these has a specific purpose. Like the document type dictates the business process, or account assignment dictates who this is procured for or who is eating the cost, and item category dictates the procurement type. These are the 3 main parameters in your control, meaning in the hands of the functional consultant, to decide and model the business process that's required for the business. What do I mean by that? Let me give you a very lay example. Okay? So this is America, and this is San Francisco, this is Chicago, right? And then this is LA, okay? And then within San Francisco, there are 2 cities, right? San Francisco, San Jose. Now, there are trains that run between all these different cities. There is a train that goes between San Francisco to San Jose. What's the distance here? Probably 40 miles. What kind of train goes there? A small train. And what does it have? It has an engine and then a set of bogies, right? Think of the engine as the document type. The item categories are the bogies. Now, for a 40-mile run, there will be a certain set of parameters based on which you select what kind of document type to use and what kind of item categories to use. If you have seen these local trains, they'll have 2 tiers. Everything is sitting, there's no sleeping, and there's no pantry, there's no restrooms, nothing of that sort. So those are the parameters for a local train. Now how about the train that runs between San Francisco and LA? This is 300 or 400 miles. In this case, the engine is going to be much bigger, much more powerful. And the item categories, the bogies, the compartments, are going to be more elaborate. They're going to have proper restrooms. Maybe not a pantry. They might be equipped with Wi-Fi. And they might have a little sleeping compartment, if not, at least a bigger seat or a bigger armchair. And then there are trains that go between San Francisco and Chicago. What is this, like 3,000 miles? And in this case, the engine is very powerful, maybe 1 or 2 engines, I don't know. And then the item categories are much more elaborate, right? They have more facilities. They have a pantry. Now, in contrast to the local train, these item categories have pantries. These item categories have restrooms. These bogies have sleepers, meaning you can just comfortably lie down and sleep. It's a 3,000-mile long journey. So in this kind of a business process or train, you don't allow certain things, and in this kind of business process, you allow certain things. Right? And one more thing. There are 5 different categories of purchasing documents. It all starts with a purchase requisition. Purchase requisition. With reference to a purchase requisition, what can you do? You can create an RFQ. And with reference to the RFQ, the vendors would have responded, and based on the vendor's reference, you create a quotation, right? This is the quotation process. So you send this RFQ out to the vendor responds with a quotation. With reference to this quotation, you can create a purchase order. And then with respect to the PR, you do a GR, IR, and payment. Now you can also do a PO with reference to the PREC. Right? That's possible without the quotation process. And then with reference to the purchase requisition, you can do a scheduling agreement. Right? And with reference to the same purchase requisition, you can also do a contract, different kinds of contracts, quantity contract, value contract, so on and so forth. With reference to the scheduling agreement, of course, you do a GR, but with reference to a contract, you do a release order. Right? Now, overall, how many different document types do we have? Purchasing documents, not goods receipts or invoice receipts. We have 1 purchase requisition, 2 quotation, 3 purchase order, 4 contracts, 5 scheduling agreements. So these are the 5 different document categories. And if you see, the one common document here is the purchase requisition. You can create any document with reference to the purchase requisition. Quotation, scheduling agreement, contract, purchase order. Remember that, and we're going to see how this is going to be configured when we come to document types in the next chapter. All right. So what have we seen so far? In terms of the entire business process, there are 3 important parameters that control the business process at the line item level. One is the document type. The second is item category. And the third is accounting indicator. Now this has the most influence on the business process, an item category, an accounting indicator to a lesser extent. So whenever you want to model a business process, these are 3 main parameters. Now, what do I mean by business process? Some of you might already understand it, but if you don't understand it, I want to give you an example. The word business process is sometimes confusing to people who are learning, these kinds of courses for the first time. So, what's a business process? Let's take a scenario. Say our coffee company imports a special type of coffee from Kenya. Okay, it's importing a special type of coffee from Kenya, and special import license are required, and it's a totally different process, right? As opposed to what? As opposed to domestic handling of this process. So in America, again, this is Chicago, right? And this is Africa. There's Kenya. Now, there's domestic procurement of coffee. Coffee is procured from so many different vendors, either in Chicago or outside of Chicago. This is all domestic. And there is a special brand of coffee that we import directly from Kenya. The vendor might do it for you, but you're importing directly from Kenya. In which case, there are special processes that are required for imports. So the business process required for a domestic might be different from the business process that's required for imports. So the business has decided that they are going to have a separate business process for imports. And when they mean separate business process, in that business process, they want to have a separate number range. Why? Because they want to clearly demarcate an import order versus a domestic order. Just by looking at that number, they should be able to tell that it's an import order. And in that business process, consignments, subcontracting, or these kinds of business processes are not allowed in imports. Right? You might want to create these import orders with reference to purchase requisitions. Right? And as usual, returns and credits are allowed. How do you model this business process? This is an example of a business process, a special business process. How do you model this? Step number 1, you create a new engine. Right? You want to set up a new train between US and Kenya, you create a new engine, a separate engine that can take care of that or that can differentiate that business process. Create a new document type. Remember, document type is the engine. Number 2 is what kind of item categories are allowed. You said we are not allowing consignments, we are not allowing subcontracting. These are business processes that are controlled at the item category level. Remember, L for subcontracting, D for service, B for limits, so on and so forth, right? Only allow standard item categories, right? The third requirement is purchase requisitions are allowed. So NB or whatever kind of purchase requisition should be allowed to be converted to the new document type for purchasing. You can disallow it if you want. Right? Number 4, they wanted a new number range, so create new number range. Right? And in this case, do you allow processing against a cost center? Meaning, can a cost center procure goods from Kenya? Probably not. You don't want to allow it. For domestic, it's okay, but for imported, you don't want cost centers to import goods. Right? You want them to be as stock materials in your stock. In which case, you can do some adjustments, but overall, I'm trying to arrive at the point that what we are essentially doing is modeling a business process. And a business process consists of specific requirements that the standard system right out of the box, like an NB document type, cannot cater to. You got to slightly customize it. And what we are essentially trying to do is create a new template, a copy from what standard SAP provides, and tweaking it, just like our Word document is being tweaked. So how do we do that? So go to SPRO, IMG, Materials Management, and then go to Purchasing. And what are we trying to configure? We are trying to configure a purchase order. We are not trying to configure a contract or a scheduling agreement. We are trying to configure a purchase order. So this is one of the document categories, purchase order, right? When we have to configure a new contract, you go to contracts and go to document types. So what's the standard document type? NB. So you don't copy from UB, right? This is a stock transport order. And with Kenya, we don't want to do a stock transport. We don't have a plant there, right? So we don't want to do a stock transport. It's a regular vendor from which we are going to import goods. So it's a standard order. So what we're going to do is copy from the nearest template. The nearest template in this case is standard PO. It's not stock transport. It's not something else. So select NB, copy. And then what do you want to call it? Z, if it's import, ZI01. And we want to change the description to import order. Select copy all for now. Okay, I'll tell you what's being copied. Copied and save. All right. So it's saved. We have created our own custom document type. And if you go back inside, go to ZI01. And inside that, there is a hierarchical structure of what item categories are allowed and what purchase requisitions can be linked to. So we have created this step, right? We have created a new business process, Z import 01. And we said only standard item categories are allowed. What is a standard item category? Blank, right? That means we don't want to allow limit. We don't want to allow consignment. None of this stuff. Delete that. Because it's our own custom template, we are free to delete it. Delete all entries. Yes. And inside standard, what kind of purchase requisitions are allowed? Probably you don't want to allow all different kinds of purchase requisitions. You only want to allow standard purchase requisition and not even a stock transfer. So we are selecting the stock transfer line item and clicking on delete. And save it. Now you got a very lean document type, ZI01, which only allows the standard process and which can be linked only to a standard purchase requisition, right? So this step is done. Now we have to create a new number range. How do you do that? Number ranges. Now, what kind of number ranges do you want to create? The business just said, we want a different number range. Okay, what kind of number ranges are there? And what does the purchase document type NB use? Let's go back to the purchase document type NB, or the one that we have created, right? And the item number range is 45. Number range internal, and this is number range external. So what's the internal number range? 45. And that's what has been copied into ZI01. If you look at these two, all the parameters, all the controls will be the same. Same item number increment, same number range interval internal, same number range interval external, same, everything is same. Every parameter is the same. And that's why it's called a copy. You're copying from a template and everything in that template comes through. Now you're free to change whatever you want, right? You want to change the number range internal, change it from 45. 45 is what? 45,000 to 45,999. You want to change this to something else, right? What do you want to change it to? So this starts with 43 to 44, 45 to 40. So if you want to create a new number range, let's say something in the range 44. So I'm copying this number, right? And I want to create a new number range starting with 44,000 000 until 44 some number range. Okay, just some number. So go back, go to number ranges, go to intervals, and edit an interval or insert an interval. If you want to call it Z5, let's say, or Z4, this is the number range we want to start. 44000. I don't even know what that number is. All the way up to let's say 99999, right? And it's internal, not external. If it were external, you should have to check this on, right? Now I don't know if this number is already taken. I don't know that. Save it, and it says enter intervals without overlap. That means that there is some number range here that has already taken that 44 or that number range 44, starting with 44, right? Which one is that? Look at this. 44 is already taking that number range. So if necessary, you might want to use that. Now, if that suits the requirement, you might want to use it. If not, you might have to again go back and see what's the range that is not already taken. Say 5 is taken, 6 is taken, 4 is taken. How about something starting with a 3? Right? So let's start with a 3 like that and like that. Now, what's the total range you are giving? 99999. Meaning, starting with this number, you can go on up to 100,000 almost. And beyond that, it expires, right? So you don't want to limit to 100,000. You might want to give it, a full range, like so. But for our test, we might want to go with a small range. But if in production, really go with the full range of numbers, because you don't want to exhaust numbers. Okay, so Z4 is the one that we have created, right? Is it there? Z4, and we are starting with this number, ending in this number, and it's not external, it's internal. Save it, and it says number ranges cannot be transported. We'll see why these cannot be transported and how to actually create these number ranges in a productive system. Okay, you say okay, save it, go back. Now click on document types, and what's our document type? Z import 01, right? And for internal number range, we don't want 45 like NB, we want Z4, right? See, we have copied the template and now we are doing changes. Like the way we have created our own combination of item categories or our own possible purchase requisitions from which this order can be created. Now, let's go back and create a purchase order. ME21N. Don't let it be NB because we have created our own business process. Okay, enter our own vendor, 4001. Material is coffee beans, 1. Enter. The contract exists, it's all right. It's all right. Just click save. Issued some messages, no message generated for output. Okay, contract exists, all right. That's all right. And save. What's the number? You see that? It's in our number range, 34000. And it created what? An import order. Now if you create another purchase order, it will create 3400001. And the next purchase order is going to be 34002. So this part is done, right? Now let's add some more requirements. Item increments, right? What's an item increment? An item increment, we don't want NB anymore. We only want import orders. And 4001. coffee beans, quantity 1 pound, 1 kilo, whatever. This is item number. And if you enter another material, what's the item number increment here? 20. So it's starting with 10 and incrementing in quantities of 10. 10, 20, 30, 40. Why do you do that? Why does SAP do it? Why not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? The reason is, let's do something like this. Coffee beans 01. We want to insert one more, right? And say 15, right? So 15 goes in between 10 and 20. So this is a way in which SAP allows the user to insert items in between items that have already been entered. So between 10 and 20, you can insert another item. Now, this is not the only way to enter line items. You can start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't need to start with 10, 20. So let's create a new requirement saying item increments. So start with 100, 200, 300. Now, is there any specific reason why you want to do this for import orders? Probably not. There's no reason. And it's rarely changed. It's not that these things are changed all the time, and whenever you create a new business process, you only have to do things like this. You always have to create new number ranges. Not required. There should be a reason why the business process would want it, and you might even question it. Why do you want a new number range? Why do you want only purchase requisitions of NB to be created with reference to this business process? Why do you not require consignment and subcontracts from an import order? And they'll give you your answers. Sometimes the business might not know, and they're not all knowing. They don't know everything. Because you, as a functional consultant, might not know or do not know the business process as well as the user, because they work on it inside out. But your experience in configuring business processes across a wide range of domains is what comes in handy. And that's where you need to tell the users, hey, you know what? These are the possibilities available in SAP. Try to go for these business processes if it suits your requirements. And if it does not, and it's an absolute go-go, it's a requirement that has to be there, then sure, we'll customize things for you. But sometimes the users typically ask for the sky. Oh, we want it this way, we want it that way. Not everything is possible. And there's always a bit of project management and change management that has to be done. And we'll talk about that later. But for now, the point I'm trying to drive across is look at the requirements, and if the requirements are not really something that is really required, ask them to not go for it. Them meaning the users of the system. When they give you that requirement, tell them this is not possible or this is not really required, do it this way. For example, item number increments. Do they really need them? If not, let's not even bother about it. But if they want, what you can do is go here, go click on Z, and then instead of 10, you can do 100. Right? Save it. Now, go create a new purchase requisition or a purchase order. You want to save the document? No. Instead of NB, start with ZI 4001, right? And then what is it? Coffee beans, quantity 1. Starts with 100, right? And then the next item will be 200, 300, 400. That's item increment. And then there is number range external, which in this case is 41. What does that do? It allows the user to enter their own number range. And right next to the internal number range, we have an external number range. Z4 is our internal number range, something that we have created. And you can also have an external number range. What's an external number range? Purchase order number will be created or will be entered by the user. Like how? New. Do you want to save? No. And it's going to be ZI01, right? 4001. Some material number, purchase order number, and here you can enter an external number. Can you enter any number you want like that? Enter. Oops, it says document number not within number range. Now what do we do? That means you can't enter any number you want. The user cannot enter any number they want. It has to be controlled with the document type. In this case, the number range external is 41. What is 41? 41 is 41 all the way to 4999, and the number range status is blank, meaning nothing has been taken so far. So do a Control C, then go there, enter something in that number range. Could start there, or you could start with a 0, 1, whatever. Anything within that number range, right? Save. You see that? Now you have created a purchase order with your own number, and it has to be within that number range. And that number range has to be declared as external. How is a number range declared as external? When you create number ranges, you have to declare that number range as external here, right? And then in the number ranges, when you create that number range, it has to be checked as external. So if you go to 41, 41 is checked in as external. And when you do that, SAP asks the user to enter the number instead of auto-generating it. Why do you want to do it? Why does a business want to create external number ranges? Think of a scenario like GE or some big heavy engineering company that does like 10 orders in a month. That's it. They do 10 orders in a month. Think of a big power plant installation scenario, right? They do some generators or they do some transformers for big power stations, and each of them costs like 20 million, right? Even one order a week is huge. In cases like that, every month there are 10 orders, and every year there are what? Total of 120 orders. Each order is worth million, 10 million, 20 million. And they're not just procured just like that. There is a process, and that process is very elaborate. Each order might take 1 year, 6 months, 9 months, 2 months. In cases like that, it makes sense to create a purchase order with an external number because you want to easily remember it. In fact, you don't even want to enter it as numbers 41000. You would want to enter it as a combination of text and numbers. Like, for example, if the power plant is creating a purchase order with GE, and that is for what? That is for, say, a turbine, okay? GE-TURB-01. That's the purchase order. And it's very easy to track, right? Just by looking at the number, you know that this order is for a GE and this is for a turbine. Because there's going to be one line item, just one line item. In the case of coffee shop, it doesn't make much sense. You know, it's a commodity business. In specialty businesses where there is not a huge volume but high value, in cases like that, it makes sense to go with external numbers. You want to remember every purchase order and track it to completion. So you can use external number ranges in those cases. And then we have field selection. What is a field selection? A field selection is a grouping of field selection groups within which we have fields. Now, if you remember the material type configuration or the vendor account group configuration, or even the info records, each of them were associated with a field selection group that controls how fields are dictated: hidden, optional, mandatory, so on, right? So you have the screen. It could be material master, vendor master, info record, and now in this case a purchase order, right? And then there are so many different views, right? In the case of purchase order, there is a header that has so many different tabs: admin data, vendor data, address data, and then at the line item level, there are so many different line items, right? At the line item level, again, there are so many different tabs. The entire purchase document type is assigned to a bunch of field selection groups. In this case, it is NBF. Okay, so let's look at what is NBF. Where are these field selections? Screen layouts. Define screen layouts. And what's the selection? Field selection, NBF. If you go to NBF, there are so many field selection groups. So within a field selection, this is called a field selection, and field selection has so many field selection groups. Each of these field selection groups compare to the tabs. Field selection groups, each selection group can be linked to a tab, not just a tab directly, but a grouping of tabs. Example, basic data item at the item level. Terms of delivery and payment, this is at the header level. Administrative data, this is at the header level, right? So if we go inside each of these, what do you have? You have required, optional, display. That's it. You don't have a suppress here, like how we have in the material master or vendor master or any kind of master data. You don't have suppress here. Now you might be wondering, there's no check mark in material master, for example. There's no option to do both a required entry and an optional entry, right? It can either be optional or it can be made required. Now, can you do that here as both, like that? No, that's not possible. If you hit enter, it says select no more than one field, right? It's only possible that you can do either required or optional or display, right? Now, plant is an optional entry in case of a purchase order. That's what this says. Terms of delivery and payment. Currency is a required entry. That's what this says. Is it really required? If you go to a purchase order, try to create one, it will ask you for currency. It typically defaults from the vendor master, so you wouldn't even know it. But if it is not there in the vendor, then it will ask you to enter a currency. These screen layouts are pretty complicated. There are so many of them here, right? AKTA, AKTH, AKTV, and then there is this, and then there's that, so many different things. What do you do with these things? How do you even customize them? Now, if you go back to the document type and go to this guy, right? Let's pull everything real close. There's a field selection group here, and for framework order, it says FOF, and for stock transfer, it says UBF, and for regular NB, it says NBF, right? So what does these things do? Now, in order to understand this, we have to understand a little bit about how SAP opens up that purchase order in ME21N. When it looks at the standard purchase order, so when ME21N purchase order transaction is entered, there is a program behind the scenes. When that program runs, apart from many things that it does, it looks at these field selection groups. And this is not the only field selection group. NBF is not the only field selection group. This is the primary field selection group. On top of that, if you go back, go to screen layout, there are so many different field selection groups. One that starts with A. This is called activity. Let me put that here. Field selection groups. 1, A star. A, K, T. A for display, H for change, V for create, right? So let me put it as AKT star. This is based on the activity. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to create a purchase order, display a purchase order, change a purchase order? Well, you might argue the transaction will dictate it, right? Yes, it will. And that's why we have this as well. For example, ME21N, right? So you have ME21 star, right? Or 2 star. This is the transaction. And then we have the PT. 3 is PT star. This is the item category. And then we have UP sub-item. That's not really relevant in our case, right? And then these are the pricing screens. So what's the point? Don't get too overwhelmed with this. The point being, at each of these levels, we can have field selection groups. The same set of fields can either be set, for example, payment term. There is a configuration for payment term in activity as either display or mandatory or optional. The same payment term can be set to either display or mandatory or optional in this screen and this screen. Why? The reason is SAP tries to give you as much flexibility as you want, as your business needs, in terms of allowing certain items to be mandatory or optional based on the item category, based on the document type, based on the transaction. Let me give you an example. You have created your own document type, ZI01. In this case, during create, for subcontracting, you don't need payment term. But you need payment term during regular or standard. How do you do that? In ZI01 field group, you set payment term to optional. During create, you set it to optional, right? But at the item category level, you set the payment term to, let's say, if it is mandatory. And then SAP does an intersection of all these different field selection groups. Meaning, if it is optional here, and mandatory here, then that field becomes mandatory in that particular scenario. Only when it is ZI01 during create transaction and the item category is subcontracting L, in that case, only that field will be made mandatory. But for regular, maybe during another transaction like display or change, or maybe during different document type, it's not mandatory. Right? Now, you don't have to use this functionality. This is a little complicated. You don't have to use this. It causes confusion. It's available, and if you want to use it, you can use it. If not, you don't have to use it. In the previous section, we have seen document type. And I have told you that document type is like the engine. It controls the entire train. So purchasing is essentially a business process, right? It could be a standard purchasing, it could be a blanket purchase order, it could be a stock transfer. If you consider this as the entire business process, it's controlled by the document type. Example, NB standard purchase order, UB stock transfer order, FO framework order, blanket purchase order, so on and so forth. And what does it control? Controls number ranges, controls line item increments, it controls screen sequences, it controls the allowed item categories, it controls the linkage between PREC, purchase requisition, and PO. So the document type sets the stage for defining the business process or the transaction overall. Now, underneath that, there are so many different sub processes that are possible. Example, in a standard purchase order, you could have the first line item, coffee, procured for stock. So the item category is blank. And the second item category is, say, paper, and that could be produced or procured against a cost center. For example, the HR needs paper. And another category could be a customer needing some coffee, and we are directly asking the vendor to ship the goods to the customer, and that is called as third party. S for third party. The point I'm trying to make is item category and account assignment control each of the sub processes inside the main process. Or you could say that they control the line item, the behavior of the line item. Now, at the line item level, since there are two controls, we got to learn about each of these controls. And we know the purpose of these controls, right? The item category controls how the item behaves, defines the business process. So this is the key driver. So this defines the sub business process. This, on the other hand, defines the whom we are procuring the goods for. If it's blank, it's procured for stock. If it is something else, like K for cost center or S for third party, A for asset, so on and so forth. So there are two parameters at the line item level. One is the account assignment that controls whom we are procuring the goods for, and item category that controls the sub business process. So where are these item categories? So go to SPRO, IMG, material management, purchasing, and define external representation of item categories. What is this external representation? Go inside and you can see that these are all the possible list of item categories. How many are they? Like 9 or 10 of them. And the first thing that you notice there is that there is no new entries, right? Is there a new entries? There's no new entries. Doesn't matter if you are in change mode or display mode. There's no new entries. That means you cannot create new item categories. So SAP has provided a list of item categories, like 10 of them: standard, limit, consignment, contracting, third party, text, so on. And those are the ones that we have to live with. We cannot change them, nor can we create more item categories. What we can do here is essentially change the external representation. For example, if you go create a purchase order, say we have a material and the item category is either blank or one among these. This is dictated by the business process, right? The main business process, the document type. Now, if it is B, limit, you can put B. If it is D for service, you can put that as D. If you want to call limit as something else, for example, if you want to call it as Z, you can change that here. But internally, the item category is 1 for limit. So there is an internal representation and there is an external representation. All SAP is allowing you to do is to change the external representation. It's like a skin. It's like a paint. So you can change the paint, but essentially what's inside is this column. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 2 is consignment, 3 is subcontracting, 4 is something else, 7 is stock transfer, 9 is service. But externally, in the purchase order screen, you can call them whatever you want, a single character. Z, A, B, L, blank. SAP has suggested some, and it's very, 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 very rare to change these. You never do that. It's allowed, but it's never done in a project. So what's inside this item category? What does it really control? So I'm just going to go back, not change any of this. You want to change it? No. Then go back in again and open any of these, say the standard item category. And if you see this, none of these controls are changeable, right? Can you change this? No. Can you change this? No. None of these are changeable. So let's go over each of these controls. The first one is material required. So for a standard item category, the material required is set to possible. It's not mandatory. Think of this as optional, right? What does it mean? Why is it optional? Let me give you an example. Let me go create a new order for vendor 4001, blank material, and like that, right? Now item category is blank and it says the material is optional. That means if I delete it, will it work? It says account assignment category mandatory. So if I go put K in here, right, put a cost center, essentially for a blank item category, what it means is I don't have to enter a material. So material is actually optional for blank item category. Okay. So are there situations where material is not possible or not allowed? Yes. Can you think of examples? Well, in the same purchase order, let's think of an item or let's think of a sub-process where the material is mandatory. Without that, the system does not allow the purchase order or line item to be created. What could be one such example? Think of a consignment. Say for example, coffee beans, right? So I want to put coffee beans and I don't want to enter a material, right? And I want to say consignment is K, right? And 1 pound. enter. Please enter material number or account assignment category. Now if I say cost center, I can't do it. I'm putting my cursor here. I'm not able to do it. Why? Because that's not a valid combination. Meaning, consignments cannot be procured against a cost center. The reason is simple. A consignment is typically not a sale, right? Unless you actually consume goods from that lot, it's not really a sale. So what SAP is essentially saying is, for a consignment, you can't really procure it against a cost center or any other account assignment. So you can't just have text. You always have to enter a material. That means for a consignment business process or sub-business process, the material is always mandatory. You want to check that? Go back, select K. On consignment, the material is always required. Right? Now, is there a situation where materials are not allowed? Well, there are some situations. For example, text is one situation, material unknown is another situation. Texts and material unknown, these two item categories are examples where the item category explicitly does not allow the material to be entered. Why is that? Well, we don't know what texts are, so I don't want to really comment on that yet. But material unknown is a simple case, right? We don't know the material, so put the item category as M, in which case the system is not going to ask you for a material. We'll see some examples of both of these, when to use material unknown versus when to use text. But in general, understand why this particular control is used. At the item category, the material required field controls whether a material is required or optional or not allowed. Think of it like the hide, show, display, mandatory, optional field at the screen level of the master data, like material master, vendor master, info record, or even at the transaction level using screen controls. Now in the next chapter, we're going to talk about texts and material unknown and see where they're used. So what are text items? Text items. Text items are used to create dummy POs. So whenever you think of text items, think of dummy POs. Why do you create a dummy PO? Many reasons. Again, this is a very outlier case. It's not a standard scenario like the blank item category. It's very rare to use it, but there are cases where they're used. Example, if you want to create a PO and then just print it, do nothing else, to show somebody that there is a PO that was created. So there is a PO, it's created, you can print it, but you cannot do anything else apart from it. What do I mean by anything else? You can't do a goods receipt, meaning you can't receive goods, you can't receive invoices, you can't do any of the standard stuff that you do in a typical PO. So you can go create a new PO like so. Do you want to save it? No. 4001. Put the item category as T and then enter some material text and some quantity. And it doesn't matter what you enter. I can't, clicking right here on the PO field, I'm not able to enter anything because I can't enter anything. The system does not allow me to enter it. Right? Now I can save it and issue an output. Print it on paper or create a PDF. Now, is it relevant for delivery? See, it's not relevant for delivery. If it were relevant for delivery, there would have been a GR check mark. Like, for example, if I say coffee beans 01, quantity of 1 pound, right? And if I go to line item 20, you see there is a delivery tab and then there is a goods receipt tab, right? For 20 standard item, goods receipt is required. But for 10, the delivery tab does not have a goods receipt checked on. That means you can't really do a goods receipt. If I save this, right, copy that PO, like so, go to MyGo, try to do a goods receipt, only one item is allowed here, which is the line item that has a standard item category. The text item category does not even show up as a line item because it's not relevant for delivery. So MyGo looks at the line items in the PO and says, okay, first line item is text, not relevant for delivery. I am not even going to put that or allow it here in MyGo. The second line item is coffee. Okay, that's relevant for delivery. Okay, let's do a delivery or a goods receipt against it. Right? Same thing with invoice. It's not relevant for invoice. So, once again, why are item categories text items T used? The item category is T. T for texts. It's used to create dummy POs and not relevant for GR or IR. Right? Now, some of you might have a question here. All right, it's not relevant for GR, IR. It's just a PO. Nothing else can be done on top of it. So why don't we create a standard PO, document type NB, and line item 10, standard item category, put some text, right? And not do anything on it. Meaning, don't print it. If you want, you can print it. Don't do any goods receipt. Don't do any invoice receipt. How different is that from using a text item category? Very different. Why? Say, for example, you create a standard purchase order 4001 and using standard item category, you say coffee beans or whatever, quantity 1, and not do any action on it, like don't do a goods receipt or don't do an invoice receipt. The system will deem this as goods receipt relevant and invoice receipt relevant, right? Because it's a standard item category. If it were text, it would have been a different case. Because it's a standard item category, the system deems it as IR relevant and GR, goods receipt relevant. You have seen that in the purchase order delivery tab and invoice tab, right? If you go to line item 20, this is the check mark that says that that item is relevant for goods receipt. So a goods receipt has to happen. And if you go to the invoice tab, this is the check mark that says that that item is relevant for invoice receipt, meaning the invoice receipt has to happen. What if you don't do any of these steps? Like you don't do an invoice receipt, don't do a goods receipt. Is it equivalent to text item? Not really. Because once they are set as or marked as relevant, if the goods receipt and the invoice receipt does not happen, it will basically show as outstanding from the vendor. So this basically creates an outstanding. Oh, I'm yet to receive goods from this vendor. Quantity of 100 coffee beans, 100 pounds of coffee beans. I'm yet to receive invoice from this vendor. An invoice of say $1,000. But if you use text items, it will not create that outstanding. So, and why is this outstanding important? What if it creates an outstanding? What difference does it make? The difference is, one of the main differences is reporting. If you want to find out all the outstanding invoices from a vendor that we are yet to receive, this will come up, right? This line item will come up. But if the intention is to just leave it at that and not do anything, then this will always pop up, which you don't want really, right? The intention is to actually look at invoices that are really receivable, not dummy ones. So if you really want a dummy PO or a dummy line item in the PO, always use texts or text items. Another reason why you want to use text items and not standard items is vendor performance. If the vendor says that he's going to deliver 100 pounds of coffee in 5 days, and if it's seen as an open item, it affects vendor performance. If the vendor is not delivering it for 10 days, 100 days, 1000 days, it affects the vendor performance. Vendor performance is something that we have not seen yet. So when we come to vendor evaluation, we'll see what is vendor performance, how to compare different vendors, etc., etc. But the point I'm trying to make is, when you create outstanding receivables like invoices, goods receipt from a vendor, it affects the vendor performance in reporting. And also, it causes confusion. Oh, we are yet to receive so much goods from this vendor. Oh my God. Do we really need to receive it? If yes, that's a different story. If not, if the intention is not to create a receivable item, then create it as a dummy. Right? So this is item category text. Now, if you go to item category text, where is item category text? Text. Material cannot be entered. Account assignment cannot be entered. Nor can you do inventory management. You can't do any of that stuff. And if you look at goods receipt and invoice receipt, these are the indicators that flow down to the line item level. These indicators. And that is based again on the item category. So for text, both these indicators are checked off, meaning those indicators are not relevant, meaning when you create a text item, that is not relevant for delivery, nor is it relevant for invoice. And you can't enter a material, you can't enter an account assignment because it's a dummy item, nobody can eat that cost. And inventory is not allowed because it's a dummy item. You're not going to do goods receipt. So what's the point in doing inventory management? So this is text items. Now we are going to talk about third party item category. Third party item category is when you procure goods for somebody else. Who could be that somebody else? It could be a customer, or it could be any other third person, right? Let me take the same coffee example. A customer, this is a customer, not a vendor. A customer comes to you and says, I need $1,000 or 1,000 pounds of coffee, and please deliver it to me at this address. We could do that, right? We have all the contacts. Although we sell coffee brewed, we can also sell coffee beans. Why? Because we are in the same business. So what we do first is create a sales order. This is similar to the purchase order, but taken from the customer. The sales order says that you need so many pounds of coffee. This sales order will stay in the system until you run MRP. And MRP will convert this into a purchase requisition and later convert this to a purchase order manually somehow. And this purchase order will be sent to the vendor. The vendor will not ship it to our plant. It will ship it, or he will ship it directly to the customer. Because the vendor ships it directly to somebody else, a third party, a customer in this case, this scenario is called third party order. Okay. Now this part of the setup, right, is something that is not done in MM. This is SD. And this part is all MM. Right? So the way I'm going to demo this is by using a standard available enterprise structure. Okay? Don't worry about doing this in the system yet, because you need a knowledge of SD. And that's not something I'm going to provide in this course because it's too cumbersome. All right. So I'm going to create a sales order for customer 1000. For a material, say M01, 1000 pounds, right? And the way I'm going to specify that this is a drop ship, meaning, this is something that the vendor is going to provide, is by changing the item category. Quite similar to the way we have item categories in purchasing, even sales have item categories, right? And I'm going to save this. And without even having to run MRP, actually, with this kind of way of doing a sales order, a purchase requisition will already be created. So sales order 12094, I'm going to go to change or display 12094, double click this line item, go to schedule lines, click on purchase requisition, and you see the purchase requisition here, 10013623, right? 10013623. Copy that. This part is done. So the sales order is created and it has generated a purchase requisition. Now the purchase requisition needs to be converted to a purchase order. How do you do that? Document overview on, purchase requisitions, put the purchase requisition number in there, remove all the other data, click execute, and there is our purchase requisition. Drag and drop it, enter the vendor, you can enter the vendor, then go to the header and specify the purchase org that's relevant for this kind of operation. So instead of 4001, you could enter 1000 as a vendor, right? Now, where is this going to be delivered? Click on delivery address. And this is the address where the vendor is going to deliver. The name is Becker Berlin. The street is so on. And it's in Germany. Where did SAP get this address from? It's not delivered to the plant. We said it's delivered to the customer's address. So when you create a PO, the address that's specified in the sales order goes to the purchase requisition, it goes to the purchase order, and that's what you see in the delivery address of the purchase order. If you want, I can open another screen, go to the customer VD03 1000 and show you the address. You see, Becker Berlin, some address 13437, and in Germany. This is how third-party purchase orders work. And if you look at the item category here, what is it? S. And the account assignment is 1. 1 for third party. What are the controls behind item category S for third party, double click that. The material is possible, but account assignment is mandatory. So you cannot create a third party order without an account assignment. When you want to deliver the goods to somebody else, the inventory is not going to come to you. That means somebody has got to absorb that cost. And that's why the account assignment is mandatory. Now, if you look at the goods receipt, there's no goods receipt, right? Why? Because it's a third party delivery. The vendor is going to deliver the goods directly to the customer. So there's no need for goods receipt. But the vendor sends us the invoice because we are the middleman, and we'll process the invoice. So the vendor is going to deliver the goods directly to the customer. So no GR, but the vendor is going to send an invoice and there is going to be an IR, right? And this is dictated by item category S. S for third party. Now we're going to talk about item category W. W for material group. When you don't know what quantity you're going to order and what value you're going to order, that's when you use material group item category. So the way you're going to typically use it is you're going to create a value contract, right? And basically, you use material groups when you get discounts. You promise the vendor that you're going to order in bulk, say $50,000, $100,000 worth of whatever coffee group, right? And the vendor says that I'm going to give you a 30% discount on all coffee, right? So you create a value contract, specify a discount at the header level. Now, when you create a release order, you don't have to specify a material in the value contract. You can specify the material here, say material 1, coffee beans or whatever. And because there is a value contract discount of 30%, that discount comes down to the release order, right? And you can get the discount that the vendor gives you. It does not come from the info record, nor does it come from any other condition. It comes from the previously created value contract. So, when do you use material group? You use this to create a contract where you don't know what kind of material you're going to use, but instead you know the material group. So you specify the material group and specify the terms like payment terms, Incoterms, percentages, prices, so on. And when you create the release order, that's when you enter the materials. Oh, I want $10,000 worth of coffee and I want to apply this discount that we have negotiated yesterday. Okay, refer to that value contract, create a release order, and you get that discount. Okay, let's see that in action. Okay, go back and go create a contract, vendor 4001, and it's going to be a value contract, WK, purchase org, US01, purchase group, 300, 100, doesn't matter. Company code is US01, yes. And the validity is for say 2 months or 1 month. And the value is 100,000. Here, you don't specify the material. You could just say item category W, right? And then put short text there, coffee, right? All kinds of coffee. Material group, coffee, right? And that's it. You can specify the terms there. Like if you go to the header, you can specify that I am going to give you better terms like net 30 instead of net 30, right? Go for net 60, which gives us better payment terms. And go to pricing and specify a discount of say 30%. Right? Now save it. So value contract so and so created. I'm going to copy that number. Now I'm going to create a purchase order and refer to that contract. So go to the contract, put the contract number in there. Where's that contract number? This is our contract number. Right? Now drag and drop that contract. And over here, you mention that specific material. It's going to be coffee beans 01. I want 100 pounds worth of coffee or $100 worth of coffee, either way. Now, if you go to the conditions, do you see the 30% discount there? Where did you get it from? You got it from the contract that you've already negotiated. And in the contract, you did not specify a material, although you could have. You're saying that for all coffee, I could be any kind of coffee, identified by material group coffee, I'm negotiating a flat 30% discount. Good. And anytime you're creating a release order with reference to that contract, that 30% discount applies, or any other terms like payment terms. Right? You see, typically the payment terms with this vendor 4001 is net 30. But because the terms are coming from the contract that has been previously negotiated, the payment terms now is net 60. And what's the item category in the contract? W. Here, you could have a blank or any other item category you want that's allowed. Let's go back and look at the item category W, material group. Can you enter a material? You don't know the material, right? So material cannot be entered. Account assignment, that is possible. You can use account assignment like a cost center. You can create a contract against a cost center account assignment. That's possible. Can you do inventory management? Yes, you can do inventory management. You can negotiate a contract for 100 pounds of coffee or coffee group, whereby that's an inventory relevant material. So inventory is possible. You can also negotiate a contract for a service, whereby inventory management is not possible. So that's why it says it is possible. It's neither mandatory nor is it not allowed. And then goods receipt and invoice receipt are linked to the purchase order. And that's how the material group item category works. Let's continue our discussion on item categories. In this chapter, we'll talk about consignment. We've already seen what is a consignment. The item category for consignment is K. The account assignment category K says that it's procurement for a cost center. But the item category K says that it's a consignment item. What is a consignment? The vendor sends the goods over. For example, we have taken the case of a coal mine, the miner, sending the goods over to us meaning we are a steel plant or a coal plant. So we are a factory and we need coal, and the vendor, the miner, the mining company, is going to be sending us coal. And where is he going to put it? He's going to put it in the lot. It's not a sale yet. And when we consume goods from the lot, so he's going to put the goods into the lot. And when we consume goods from the lot, for example, we take coal from the lot for producing power or making steel, this is when it's considered a sale or a purchase. Sale from a vendor's perspective, purchase from our perspective, the steel plant's perspective. So when I say consignment, I'm talking about this process. the process of vendor dumping the goods in the lot. And we said it's not a sale or a purchase. He's just keeping his goods cold at our lot because we need it, and it's done as a convenience sale. So for this transaction, what are the properties? What are the properties of this transaction? Number one, it's not relevant for billing. Why? Because it's not a sale. When it's not a sale, the vendor cannot bill you, right? So there's no billing. A corollary of that is that there is no account assignment. Because it's not a sale, you can't really do an account assignment, meaning nobody can eat the cost. The reason being, there's no cost to eat, right? It's not a sale or it's not a purchase. So there's no need for billing, and hence there's no need for an entity, say a cost center or a project or anybody or a HR department, to eat the cost, right? Another property of this transaction is for consignments, non-stock materials are not possible. Why? Because non-stock materials typically require somebody to eat the cost. We're not going to stock them, we're going to consume them, right? To understand this, you got to go back to the discussion between non-valuated and valuated. Procuring non-stock material. That chapter will give you a good understanding of non-stock material, its properties, and how it's different from producing stock materials or procuring stock materials. So non-stock materials is not possible in a consignment. Why? Because when the vendor dumps them, they're there for the inventory to be counted. We count them, but we don't own them. So we cannot have non-stock, because the moment it's non-stock, it becomes consumption. So for consignment, non-stock is not an option. So what happens here? Can you not have a material in the purchase order for consignment? No, that's not possible, right? So material is mandatory. You cannot do a consignment order without a material, like a non-stock order or with material group. That's not possible, right? How about GR? Do we need to do a GR? Yes, GR needs to be done, right? GR is goods receipt. Unless you do a goods receipt, you can't really track the vendor's inventory. Number 4, are we going to evaluate that goods receipt? Meaning, when the goods come in to the lot, are you going to count them against our books, our inventory? No, they're not. That means the goods are being received, they are being counted as special stock, but we don't value them. So, GR is non-valuated. We don't valuate the goods. And of course, it's firm, meaning you can't change it, right? And number 5, how about invoice? Can you invoice a consignment? No, you can't. We said no billing, right? So that means there's no invoice and it's firm, meaning you can't change it. Now let's go to SAP and follow up on all these items. We're looking at consignment, right? So this guy, K. Go inside and you see that the material is mandatory. It's required. And the account assignment is not allowed. Do you see that? According to the properties of consignment, we have concluded there's no account assignment because there's no billing. And we also said that material is mandatory. Do you see both these things here? The material is mandatory and account assignment is not allowed. So that covers those two parameters. How about inventory management? Inventory management is mandatory because it's vendor's inventory, it's not consumed yet, so we have to track the inventory. You see that? That means GR has to be done. And when we do GR, we typically do an inventory management. Now, how about valuation? The GR is non-valuated and it's firm, meaning you can't change it. See that? GR is non-valuated and firm, meaning you can't do the valuation of the goods on a consignment because there's nothing to valuate. It's not our goods yet. And because it's consignment, it's firm. What do I mean by firm? Firm meaning you can't change that parameter in the purchase order. Whenever you see that firm in the PO, that means that it's grayed out. You cannot change it. And then there's a GR, right? We have mentioned that there is a GR. And there's no invoice receipt. You see that? There is no invoice. Why? Because it's not a purchase. And is it firm? Yes, it's firm in the PO. That means you cannot change it. It's very easy to test this. All you have to do is go create a PO. Vendor 4001 and put coffee beans 01, say a quantity of 100. Okay, now this is the standard purchase order. Now line item 20 for the same material, same quantity, let's make it as a consignment. Can you do that? When you make the item category as K, go look at the second line item. You see there's no conditions tab. See, look at the difference between the first line item and second line item. In the first line item, there is a conditions tab. In the second line item, 20, there's no conditions tab. So pricing is not allowed. Again, go back to the first line item, which is a standard line item. Go to the invoice tab. Invoice receipt is required. That is a regular standard material. You go to line item 20, where is the invoice tab? There is no invoice tab. That means you cannot invoice that line item because it's a consignment. Again, go to delivery and you should see a goods receipt. So regular line item in a purchase order is relevant for goods receipt, the standard item category, right? Now go to the consignment. Go to the delivery. Do you see that? The checkbox is off. You don't see that, right? This checkbox, the one that says goods receipt for line item 10, is now for consignment line item 20 is checked off. Now let's check this account assignment. Is account assignment possible? Well, we don't know, right? Let's go say, I'm trying to put my mouse over here and double click it and trying to put a cost center. I can put a cost center here, but I cannot put a cost center here. No, it's not working. The reason is that field is disabled because the item category here is consignment. So for consignment, you cannot have an account assignment. Now, where is that controlled? It's controlled here, not allowed. Account assignment category is not allowed. So that was consignment. Now, in the next chapter, we'll briefly go through subcontracting. Next, we have item category subcontracting. The item category is L for subcontracting. Let's go over the business process. What happens? You issue a PO to the vendor to produce a certain material, right? And to produce that material, you send the raw materials as well. And finally, the vendor produces it in his factory, right? And finally, sends back the finished product. So this is finished, this is raw materials, and excess raw materials, if any, are returned to the plant. This is the subcontracting, right? So you supply raw materials and the vendor gives us the finished product. The example we have taken is the wedding cake. Assuming we don't have expertise to make the wedding cake in our bakery, if a customer asks for a wedding cake, we are going to ship all the raw materials to a specialized vendor who specializes in making wedding cakes, and he's going to return it to us, the wedding cake, finished product, and any other excess raw material that was not used is going to be returned back to us. Another example that we have taken is the turbine. So GE Aeronautics needs a turbine, and the turbine is milled out of a single block of aluminum or steel. And let's say it's a special material. We send the entire block of aluminum to the vendor. The vendor does a job, milling and whatnot. He produces the fin or the turbine part, sends it back to us. Right? Now, what are the properties of this? So, do you need a material? Yes, material is required. Now, can you do an account assignment? Yes, account assignment is possible, right? Think of scenarios like there is a cost center, say the HR cost center needs something to be subcontracted. Imagine that wedding cake to be required by the HR department because somebody in the HR department is getting married and the company wants to gift that wedding cake internally. Or take the case of GE. There is an internal project going on and that project requires some goods to be subcontracted. That is possible using account assignment. So something in the company can eat the cost of that subcontracted material directly. Right? That's the reason why account assignment is possible. Now, how about inventory management? Is it possible? Yes, inventory management is possible because it's our goods. Right? It's our stuff that we are delivering as raw material, and when it comes back as finished product, it's a purchase, so it becomes our product. So inventory management is definitely possible, right? Now, do you receive an invoice? Yes, we receive an invoice. We can do a goods receipt. We can also do an invoice receipt, right? So goods receipt, possible. Invoice receipt, possible. Inventory management, possible. Account assignment, possible. Material could be required or need not be required, right? So you see that material is possible. It doesn't say mandatory. See? Why? Because in case of consumption, you don't need to specify that material. Typically, when consumption is possible, material is also possible, right? Because when consumption is possible, that means there is a cost center eating the cost of that material. And when it's consumed at goods receipt, you don't need to really create a material or require a material. You can do it just by specifying a text and putting an account assignment category, right? So material is required, account assignment is possible, and inventory management is possible, goods receipt is possible, invoice receipt is possible, right? Do you see that? Material is required, account assignment possible, inventory management possible, invoice possible, goods receipt possible. This is subcontracting. Next, we're going to talk about how data is copied from the source to the target. Example is purchase requisition to purchase order. Think of stuff like item category. If you mention an item category as K, cost center, in the purchase requisition, and you create a purchase order with reference to that purchase requisition, what would be the item category? Will it flow through? Yes. The item category specified in the purchase requisition will flow through to the subsequent document, the purchase order. However, this can be overridden. Same is the case with account assignment category. It flows down from the source document to the target document, and it can be overridden at the target document level. Want to see an example? So go create a purchase requisition, ME51N. The material is coffee beans, right? And the account assignment is K. Okay, what plant is it? Chicago 1. And what's the cost center? The cost center is admin 01. Okay, so we have created a purchase requisition with account assignment category of K, cost center. Now let's go create a purchase order referencing that purchase requisition. Okay, copy it here, enter the vendor 4001. Right? Do you see the account assignment here? The account assignment that was entered in the purchase requisition is copied over to the purchase order, right? If you would have entered an item category, that would have been copied too. As an example, you can try this. Create a purchase requisition with item stock transfer, not the regular blank, and create a purchase order with reference to that purchase requisition. The stock transfer item category U comes over and sits in the purchase order. Now the question is, why is it copied? It's not just item categories and account assignments. You enter a material in the purchase requisition, it is copied over to the purchase order. You enter a quantity, the quantity is copied over. You enter texts, you enter the plant, you enter info record, you enter pricing. All of that is copied over. Well, pricing is not copied over, but most of the stuff is copied over. This is not just from PR to PO. It's copied over from contract to release order or any other source document to target document in purchasing. But why does the system do it? What's really the purpose of it? The purpose is to preserve the intention of the person entering the source data. For example, let's take the case of purchase requisition to purchase order. So who creates purchase requisitions? For example, in the bakery, somebody's making cakes, the baker. So the production department needs flour, 100 pounds, sugar, so much, as stock, right? So he creates, for example, a purchase requisition, all those quantities. Similarly, the HR department needs paper. And the paper could be non-stock or stock, depending on how you want to treat it. If it is non-stock, you enter the corresponding account assignment category like cost center, so on. If it is stock, you leave it blank. So there's a quantity and there's a material, so on and so forth. Similarly, the sales department want to order some coffee to the customer, right? And it's going to be a third party dropship, meaning the vendor is going to drop the goods directly at the customer's location. So these are all examples of purchase requisitions, right? These are done by the respective department. The sales department does purchase requisitions for third party. The HR department does purchase requisitions for consumables like paper. The baker, the production department, creates production orders. So purchase requisitions that are required for production orders. And who converts them to POs? Because these purchase requisitions don't reach the vendor, right? They are just requisitions for goods. Ultimately, they need to be converted to purchase orders. And who does that? The purchasing department. And the purchasing department has to respect the requirements of the respective departments like HR, sales, production, because they are the people who need goods. The purchasing department is just facilitating the requirements of goods from different departments. So they have to respect the data that's flowing in from the source document like quantity, material if any, account assignment, item category, payment terms, Incoterms. All this stuff has to be preserved, and on top of that, the purchasing department is typically free to do changes. Not in all cases, but in certain cases. For example, quantity can be changed. If the production department needs 100 pounds of flour, some other department says the sales department needs 200 pounds of flour. Both these purchase requisitions can be combined to one purchase order and the quantity can be changed. Right? That is in the domain of purchasing department. But typically, the data that's entered by the different departments has to stay the same. And they can be taken forward by combining or subtracting the data or quantities depending on the convenience of the vendor or the convenience of the purchasing departments. Now, let's summarize what we have learned about item categories. The controls behind an item category are unchangeable, meaning you cannot configure them. You can only change the external nomenclature. If K is consignment, you can call it Z, no problem. But you cannot change the controls behind it. And what are the controls behind an item category? There are 6 or 7 different controls. And what is the point in learning these controls if you can't change them? Right? After all, we as functional consultants are supposed to configure things. But item category in case of purchasing is more or less an exception. Because the variations are really limited, you can't really go beyond a certain number of item categories and they are limited. You can't create more item categories. You can create more account assignments, but not item categories. The reason why we are learning about item categories, even though they are not changeable, is because we can understand a whole lot about the business process by looking at the item category. Why is an item behaving in a certain way is controlled by the controls behind that item category. So business process along with the item category mostly dictate how that item is behaving. For example, T, text items. This is an item category that's used to create dummy POs. And we have talked about what a dummy PO is, why to use text versus standard item categories, what are the controls behind texts, so on and so forth. And then we have talked about material unknown. A special item category, M, is used when you don't know the material that you're going to order or that you're going to negotiate for. Example is coffee. We want to negotiate a contract with the vendor for all coffee beans for a huge sum of money. The vendor is typically ready to give us a discount. But you don't know for which material you're going to apply that discount. It's going to apply across the board. So in cases like that, where you don't know what kind of material you're going to use item category M. Right? Same is the case with another item category called material group. So you can use both of them either way you want. Material unknown or material group. Both are very similar and play a similar role. Next, we talked about third-party item category. This is a scenario that requires integration with SD and MM. Since we are not going to learn SD in this course, I kind of briefed over the creation of sales order and how sales order triggers a purchase requisition. And the purchase requisition is converted to a purchase order. And in the purchase order, because the source is the sales order, a customer, the item category is S, third party. And what it essentially says is, hey vendor, don't deliver the goods to my plant, deliver it directly to the customer. That's why it's called third party. Because the vendor delivers the goods directly to a third party, the customer in our case, not the plant. And then we have talked about material groups. Like I said, material unknown, material groups both play a very similar role. And then we talked about consignment. We talked about the controls behind a consignment and talked about the business process and tried to map the features of the business process with the item category. Quite similar to how we have done it for material groups or material unknown, right? There's no billing, hence no account assignment, no non-stock, so on and so forth. And finally, we talked about subcontracting. Again, we have briefly gone over the process of subcontracting and then listed out the features of subcontracting business process. And we were able to map feature by feature to the item category. In the next section, we'll talk about account assignments. How about the account assignment category? Just like the item category, the account assignment category is also a single letter, like K for cost center, A for assets, S for third party, so on and so forth. Where are they configured? Go back, go to account assignment, maintain account assignments. And if you look at cost center, say the one that we have been using quite a lot, K for cost center. These are the controls behind a cost center account assignment category. Now, let's go back for a bit. Can you create your own item categories? Yes, you can create your own item categories. Although it's very rarely done. You don't typically create new item categories. The existing item categories are more than enough because they cover all possible ways in which costs can be captured. Assets, third party, cost centers, internal orders, production orders, plant maintenance orders, projects, anything, everything is taken care of. So it's very rare for you to create your own account assignment group. Number 2, can you change the description of these existing item categories? Like, can K be changed to Z? No, you can't. You can't do that. But you can copy it and create your own account assignment category and very well use it. No problem. As long as the controls are all there. Right? Now, if you go inside the account assignment category, say K, cost center, you'll see that there are some controls like GR receipt, goods receipt, invoice receipt. These controls were there in the item category too. Right? So for a combination of item category, account assignment category, if there are conflicts, which configuration wins? The thumb rule is item category configuration supersedes account assignment category configuration. Now, there is rarely going to be any kind of conflicts. If at all there is a conflict, this configuration will supersede this configuration. Example are GR and IR indicators. Okay. Now, if you take item category B, okay, B is limit, right? Limit does not have GR. You know when limit is used, right? They're used in the context of framework orders. Account assignment category K, cost center, allows GR. Now if you use limits and use K, cost center, which one wins? This or this? Obviously, this control wins because item category controls always supersede account assignment category controls. Now what about the different fields in the account assignment category? Well, let's look at the bottom part first, the fields, right? And it looks very much like how we see the field status groups in the master data, like vendor master or material master or even transactions. And it says there is a mandatory entry, optional entry, display, hidden, right? So if you go to the cost center K, the cost center is required. That's what the mandatory radio box dictates, right? So if you go create a purchase order, ME21N for some vendor, put a material, right? The account assignment tab doesn't exist here. But when you put the account assignment category K, automatically the account assignment tag comes up. Now, the controls in this tab are what these fields dictate. Is an asset number required in case of cost center account assignment category? No, this is hidden. If you make it mandatory, that will come up. But it doesn't make sense to make it mandatory. It's not required, right? So the entire tab for account assignment, the fields in it, what's required, what's mandatory, what's hidden, is controlled at the account assignment category level. We have talked about these fields: goods receipt, invoice receipt, GR non-valuated. These are available in the item category as well. And if there's a conflict, you know which fields win. Account assignment changeable. And account assignment changeable at IR. Now, this is used in specific cases. For example, this field, account assignment changeable at IR, means you can change the account assignment category during invoice receipt. And you can do it for a cost center. Now, these fields in the detailed information section, like account assignment changeable at IR, derive account assignment, are not used a lot. So don't worry too much about those fields. Account modification is used, but we need a more elaborate discussion on how accounts are determined during goods receipt or goods issues. When we come to material account determination, we'll understand more about account modifications. Single screen versus multiple screens. Now, most of the time, it's single screen, one. Single screen means that by default, when you go to account assignment for account assignment relevant items, it's always one cost center, one asset, so on and so forth. If you want multiple, you go click on this multiple account assignment. But only in the case of assets, if you go to assets, like assets, this will be multiple. So it's enabled by default to show multiple assets at the line item level if the account assignment category is assets. But for most of the other account assignment categories, this is set to single. And of course, you can go and change this to multiple or single anytime you want. Just click on this button. And the rest of the fields like consumption posting, special stock, distribution, partial invoice, these are things that you never change. So I have never changed it anytime during any of my projects. So probably you don't need to change them either. And like I said, all account assignment category and item category combinations are not allowed. Now, by default, the system comes with all valid combinations. Meaning for standard item category, you can have an asset, you can have sales order, you can have an internal order or PM order, plant maintenance order, you can have a cost center, and you can have unknown, any of these as the account assignment category. But if you look at limit B, item category B, it only allows cost center and you unknown. It doesn't allow any other account assignment category. As part of the standard business processes that SAP delivers, these are what are being delivered out of the box. And they are most of the time almost okay. 90% of the time, there is no need for you to create your own combination of account assignment category and item category. But there are some scenarios where you might have to make more entries here. Things that typically don't happen. In which case, you can go to new entries and make your own combination. Now, for that combination, the business process should work. Meaning, you can't have weird combinations. There is a reason why SAP has delivered this as part of the standard delivery. For example, if you do limit B and say project P, do you understand the accounting implications of it? So you're trying to essentially create a framework order for a project. Is that possible? How are the costs accumulated? How does the GRIR happen? If no GR, where does the cost go? These are all the questions that you have to ask yourself. And if you're comfortable with everything that happens behind the scenes, please feel free to go make new entries here and make that possible. If not, then don't even bother making entries here. Okay, to summarize, there are so many different controls behind account assignment categories. And the most important point you have to understand is controls in an item category supersedes the control in an account assignment category. And the screen layout of the account assignment is controlled by the account assignment category. And number 3, there are a set possible combinations of account assignment category and item category. So SAP delivers most scenarios right out of the box. But if there is a need, which there will be in most projects, at least 1 or 2 scenarios, if there is a need to create your own combinations of item category and account assignment category, please feel free to add more entries, but make sure that you thoroughly test that business process. Because the impact of adding an account assignment category, something that has not been delivered to an item category, is large. Meaning you have to understand the accounting impact, you have to understand the GRIR impact. Once you have thoroughly tested all of that, then feel free to deliver the solution to the customer.